empowering educators to improve our world. And so many of you are innovating on top of the Moodle platform. And I'm really excited to see all these presentations coming up today and tomorrow, because I'm going to see things I've never seen before built on Moodle, and I love that.
You think, okay, Moodle can't do this, but then you see people here doing it, and it's just like, oh wow, it can do that.
It's really invaluable. You only get to know the product by coming and listening to the people who are at the cold face of using it.
I love the Moodle Moots. I've been coming now for about 7 years, and I really enjoy the networking, the collaboration opportunities. You can't get that anywhere else.
Good opportunities to learn something new, to learn new people, to make connections.
It's mainly just to find out a little bit more, to find out kind of what's going on in the future.
It's almost like reading 100 blog posts in the space of about half a day, and the physical meeting of people and building networks that you just wouldn't be able to do from a distance.
It's nothing like seeing people face to face, that you can really get underneath the bonnet of a lot of the challenges that we're presented with, but also really to celebrate a lot of the successes as well.
Yes, I'm Pablo Echeverri. I belong to Entornos Educativos, which is the Argentinian Moodle partner. We have been a Moodle partner almost since our beginnings, 15 years ago. We became a Moodle partner just 1 year after we were founded, and the main reason was to begin supporting the growth of Moodle and having the support of HQ to our work. That support was expressed.
Hello everyone, and welcome to day 3 of the 2020 Global Moodle Moot. You're in the technology room, and today the first session we've got is with Sonder Bangma, who's from Moodle HQ, and he's going to highlight the most important changes brought about by the new release of Moodle 3.9. It'll also give us a glimpse into the future as we see what Moodle 4.0 is anticipated to deliver. So if you have any questions, please leave them in the forum and try to leave them as early as you can so that we can get through as many as we can. So over to you, Sonder.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chris, and I can compliment you on a very professional introduction there. Yeah, welcome everybody to the third day of the Moot. I hope you've all been enjoying it so far. I certainly am, and it's been a fantastic Moot up to now, and I look forward to the following days. Seen a lot of great presentations, and there'll be a lot more to come. And I just want to say a big thanks as well to the events team for organizing this online Moot. It's all running very smoothly, and it's exciting to be able to bring everybody from the globe together online. And ultimately, that's what we try to do at Moodle, of course. So I'll be talking about Moodle 3.9 and some of the new things that we brought in this release. I won't cover everything because there's just way too much. Before we do that, I just wanted to take a little bit of a step back and think about what it is that we are doing here all together. Moodle HQ releasing a new version, but it's not just Moodle HQ, it's us together with the community. It's everybody here, it's everybody who's listening, and just checking the YouTube channel. We have about 100 people listening at the moment, and it's slowly increasing. And all of you are here to learn about Moodle and talk about Moodle and show us all the amazing things that you do with Moodle. So I think, before I dive into 3.9, it's just worthwhile to reflect on that a little bit and just acknowledge that all of us together are doing this amazing thing. And we really have an impact on the world. Moodle is the world's most popular LMS. And as Martin highlighted in his slide, there's about over 60% of higher education around the world is using the Moodle LMS. So that's really impressive. And on the world map we have here, you can see that pretty much every country around the world is using Moodle. And there's some really cool stats that we collect. So if you haven't looked at this site before, please have a look at stats.moodle.org. And sites, when they install their Moodle, they can register with us. Now, not everybody does, so the stats we have here is only a small portion of all the sites around the world. But we have at least 150,000 registered sites. And on those sites, we have over 26 million different courses with more than 200 million enrolled users. So these are some phenomenal statistics. And when you then look at enrollments, over 1 billion students have enrolled in courses, and the last one is really mind-boggling. And we've got Tim Hunt in the room here, who is one of the main maintainers of Moodle Quiz. But more than 2.6 billion quiz questions have been created on our registered sites. So that is really phenomenal when you think about it. And that's something that we are all doing together. So I want to say a big thank you to everybody in the community for helping us make this project a success. Now, it's not just what's in the LMS that's available for everybody, but you also help us build other things on top of the LMS. Now, Moodle is very customizable and very easily extensible. So there's plugins that can be developed. And if you look at the Moodle plugin database, you can see over 1,600 plugins that have been developed over the years by the community, and they are updated every release of Moodle to make sure that they work with the new version. So that's a really amazing achievement by everybody. Then let's look at Moodle 3.9 and some of the things we've done within that. A big thank you to the LMS team who've done a massive push and released probably the biggest version of Moodle since I've been at Moodle. And there's a lot of community contributions in here as well, and really sort of emphasizing the fact that this is a community project that we're driving all together. I want to talk a little bit about some of the bigger changes and the bigger highlights for this release. So I want to talk about some features that more impact course creation and management. So we've made some improvements to the activity chooser, really exciting, which has been getting some good reviews so far. We've further expanded on our H5P integration. That was a piece of work we started with Moodle 3.8, and we've been continuing to work on for Moodle 3.9, and we've made some really big steps there. We've improved the management of course participants with the support of a project proposed and funded by the Moodle User Association, as well as made it easier to copy courses, also a Moodle User Association project. Some of the other bigger things that we worked on were around integration with other platforms and tools. For example, MoodleNet. Now you've heard Martin talk a little bit about MoodleNet, and a bit later towards the end, I hope to do a quick demo where I can quickly show you how that integration works. It's an evolving platform, so there's still work being done on it, but I really hope that everybody can keep an eye on that and start thinking about what it can mean for them, and start thinking about what sort of content they would like to see on MoodleNet, and also help contribute to putting content on there, because we need everybody to collaborate on that platform to make it a success. Another good project that we did was improving the integration of Safe Exam Browser. I'll talk a little bit more about it later as well, but it allows you to run Moodle quizzes in a secure environment. Some other highlights, we've improved our compliance with open badges, upgraded that to version 2.1. We did a big focus on accessibility improvements, really important topic for us, and some improvements around license management in your Moodle site. Some other things we put in there are really around, I guess, the bigger Moodle project and the support also that we hope to get back from the community. And the first one is we've introduced some links in Moodle that can be enabled or disabled by the admin. But it's a place where if they are enabled and a user clicks on that, they'll be taken to a Moodle survey site, which is something that we're running, and from time to time we'll update these surveys and ask different questions. It's another opportunity for us to be in touch with end users and collect feedback on what we're doing, as well as measuring things like NPS score. And it's a mechanism for us to track how we're going and how we can improve. So if you do see that feedback link, I really hope that you click on it and let us know what you think. Good or bad, we just would like to hear from you so that we can improve. Also built in a little donation link for when the admin installs the platform, just that so they can consider if they haven't contributed back to the platform just yet. It's another way of doing that to support the bigger Moodle project. It's an open source project, and it relies on your contributions in many different ways. Now there's much more, but those are sort of the topics that I want to go through today. All right, first let's have a look at the activity chooser. So you can see it here in this screenshot. It looks quite different from what it did before. We've introduced a nice grid layout and given it more space, so you see larger icons. We've added some features like searching, starring or favoriting, as well as an option to recommend things. So the institution, if they've got preferred activities or resources that they want to use, they can recommend them for their educators. We focused a lot on accessibility. So the accessibility of the activity chooser has been improved. And as well as down below here, you can see there's an outward link towards MoodleNet, and I'll talk a bit more about that later. So let's look at these things in a bit more detail. The first one is starring. So on the previous slide, you saw all of the activities and resources that we have in Moodle when you first install it. And if there's particular activities or resources that you as an educator prefer to use, then you can start them. So you click the little star, and then the activity chooser will create this start little tab, and all the activities that you've started will show up there. So when you're building your courses and you've got a few activities that you use pretty much all of the time, you can click on those and have them readily available, and you don't have to search the big list of activities and resources that we have. So it's making it a little bit more convenient to find them. Also, when you click on the, let me just go back one slide. When you click on the little eye here, it shows up a separate pane where you've got all the information that describes what you can do with that particular activity or resource. And this text is also searched when you use the search functionality in the activity chooser. So it helps you pick up those activities and resources that might be suitable for what you're looking for. Now, we've introduced some additional administrator settings as well. So under the courses tab inside administration, there's a new section for activity chooser. And within that, the first link there is for activity chooser settings. Now that will take you to an admin page where you can determine which tabs are displayed at the top of the activity chooser. So in this case, you're seeing 3 tabs here: the Start tab, the All tab, which will have all the activities and resources, as well as the Recommended tab, where the administrator can recommend activities. There's different ways of displaying this. You can also display, for example, 5 tabs, and then you get 2 additional tabs that separate out the activities and the resources. So different options depending on what you prefer. Now, the second set of administrator options we have here is around the recommended activities. So when you click on that as an administrator, you're taken to this page. You only see a subset here, but it allows you to select which activities you want to show up in the recommended tab for your educators. So when they're building courses, they can have a quick look at what is it that my institution recommends. And then you can sort of focus their attention on those activities that you deem most valuable for your students. Now, the Activity Chooser came with, well, it was part of the Activity Chooser project. It's actually slightly sitting outside of the Activity Chooser, but it's related to course editing. And that's the Turn Editing button on. So previously, this was hidden in the cog menu. I would almost say this is back by popular demand. We had a lot of feedback from people that when that button was added to the cog, that they preferred it outside of that. So we've put that outside on the course page, so it's really easy for your educators to figure out how to start editing their courses. Then moving on to the H5P integration. So as I mentioned before, we did a lot of work for H5P in the Moodle 3.8 release. There we introduced the H5P player in Moodle. We introduced a button in the Atto editor, so that anywhere in Moodle where you use the Atto editor, you can also upload H5P packages and use H5P. So a very powerful feature. And we also built a H5P filter. So if you paste a link to a H5P package from a trusted URL, if you link that anywhere on the site, then Moodle's filter will recognize that and automatically display the H5P content. But there's more things that we wanted to do. So that's what we did for Moodle 3.9. So this is really phase 2. And now we have added several additional abilities that previously you still needed the external plugin for. That's no longer required. You can now use all of this from Moodle out of the box. And that includes things like creating new H5P content inside Moodle. And to do that, you go to the content bank, which is a new concept that I'll talk a little bit more about. But in the content bank, you can create and edit H5P content. And then once you've done that and you're in a course and you want to add H5P in your course, you can now do that as a proper Moodle activity, which means that the results from the H5P activity will flow into the gradebook, and you can use things like activity completion and other tracking tools that you are familiar with using for the other Moodle activities. So it's a proper, fully integrated Moodle activity now. And of course, alongside of that are a number of additional admin settings. So let's step through some of these things. So what you see here is the H5P content bank. So I'm logged in as Mr. Wilson in a course. And in the navigation drawer, we have the content bank link here. So when you click on that, you are taken to this page and you see a file area with any sort of existing H5P packages that you've already created or uploaded. They can be found here. There's different views that you can use, either a grid view like you see here or a list view. You can upload new H5P content, and you can also add and create new content. Now, when you click on any of these packages, you'll go into the editing mode. And let me just move on to the next slide. So you see that here. So also in the content bank, you do the creation, you do the editing of new packages or existing packages. If you're the owner of that package, you can edit them. And then you can save it and you can watch the result of that within the content bank. And if you're happy with it, you can use it in your courses. Now, previously, this edit page was contained within the Moodle edit activity page, and it was really quite a small section within that page next to all of the other Moodle settings. So we've moved that out into the content bank to give you a dedicated page where you can edit your H5P content, and you don't have to worry at that point in time about the other Moodle settings. You can just focus purely on that and do it on a larger screen. Now, I mentioned you can add H5P as a proper Moodle activity. So what does that look like? Well, here's your typical Moodle add an activity and edit screen. So you can give it a name, a description, and then you've got an area here where you can either upload a H5P package that you found somewhere or you've got on your computer. You can also click on the file link here and go to Moodle's content bank and select any files that you've created there. Or if you didn't have anything ready, there's a little link down here that actually prompts you to go to the content bank, and you can go there and create new things and then get back to this activity to upload it. I mentioned there's a few new administrator settings. So there's a new section in the site administration tree with various H5P settings. I've put some little snapshots here. So the first one is a H5P overview page where you can see what parts of the H5P integration are enabled. The H5P button in the Atto editor, the H5P filter to automatically translate H5P URLs and display them. And whether the scheduled task is enabled. So the scheduled task allows you to connect to the H5P site and download any new libraries that have been made available to make sure that your libraries are always up to date. You can manage H5P content types. So as an administrator, you can decide which H5P content types are installed on your site, and you can manually install new ones or you can remove them. And this page allows you to do that, as well as provides an overview of what's currently running. And the last page, the H5P settings page, allows you to select between the different H5P frameworks that exist. So H5P comes out with new versions, and these can run in parallel on a Moodle site to make sure that any old content created with previous frameworks can still run without any issues. And as an administrator, you can decide which frameworks are running at the moment. Okay, then moving on to the next project, and this is the filter on the course participants page. So this was a project proposed and funded by the Moodle User Association, and then implemented and developed by Moodle HQ. And what it offers is more powerful filtering options on the course participants page, and ultimately that allows you to do more targeted filter queries and more easily manage the course participants. So previously there was just a single keyword filter that you could use to filter the course participants, but now you can create a filter query that consists of multiple conditions. So it's much more powerful, and you can combine these conditions with logical operators like and or. So here's an example where we're looking for course participants that match any of the groups, North Pole or South Pole, and that also match the keyword Vasquez, so somewhere in their name or profile they've got Vasquez, and that have been inactive for more than 4 days. So you can sort of really narrow down on the types of course participants that you want to look for. In this case, 2 of them showed up, and then you can do all of the normal things that you would do with them on the course participants page, send them a message, look at their enrollments, etc., etc. So it's providing you more powerful capabilities really to manage your course participants. So hopefully this is a really useful tool for our educators out there. The other project that we did together with the Moodle Users Association, so they proposed and funded this project, is to make it easier to copy courses. Now we had a little help with this project, so Moodle partner Catalyst implemented this for us, and then we integrated the results of their work. But this really allows you to more easily copy your course. Previously, if you wanted to copy your course, you had to go through a backup procedure, and there's several steps involved in that, and then start the restore, and there's several steps involved with that as well. So with the copy course function, you can all do it from a single click, copy course, and then there's a single screen where you set some options, and away you go, and the course is copied. So administrators or managers by default can access these options. You can also configure your educators to have access to this functionality. If that's how you operate on your Moodle site, you just need to assign them the relevant capabilities. And then they'll see this copy course option in the cog on the course page. There's another place where this functionality is linked in as well, and that's on the course and category management place. So this is perhaps more the place for site administrators who will be using it. But when you look at the courses that are available over here, you see that each of them has this little copy icon, and that taps into the same functionality. So you click on that and you get a single screen to copy your courses. I'll see that I've got some time in the demo a little bit later, but I can show you that screen as well. I don't have a screenshot of it right now. But again, it's another feature that's aiming to help make course lifecycle management a bit easier for administrators, managers, and teachers. Okay, now let's move on to MoodleNet. Now, you've all heard about MoodleNet. We've been speaking about it at several moods over the last few years. Martin mentioned it in his keynote speech. In brief, the summary of what MoodleNet is, it's a social network. It's a federated social network for educators where we want it to be a place where they come online and they share the resources that they use, the open educational resources that they use in their classes and that they think are really valuable. We would love them to share them on this platform and make it known to other people what great resources are out there, so that when you, as a teacher, needing to find some new materials for your course, you can have a look at MoodleNet and see what other educators have shared and commented on as useful resources. And then, if you like them, you can bring them into your Moodle course. So how do you do that? Well, with the integration we've built, once that's enabled and you go to the activity chooser, you see a little snippet of the activity chooser here. There's a link down the bottom there where you can browse for content on MoodleNet. So when you click on that link, you'll get shown a page where you can select which MoodleNet instance you want to go to, and I'll show you that later when I do the demo. But once you're on the MoodleNet instance, you can search for resources, and when you've found them, you can click on a little link with 3 dots, and then you get a couple of options. One of them is to send that resource to Moodle, and when you click on that, you'll get taken back to your Moodle site, and you get to import that content into your course. So that's how that works, and yeah, we really hope to see that project grow and evolve with the time. Safe Exam Browser is another project that we work on, and again, this was a collaborative project. In this case, we worked together with the Safe Exam Browser Consortium and 8 universities that funded this project because they want to use Safe Exam Browser together with Moodle. And we also, again, teamed up with Moodle partner Catalyst who helped us implement this. They had a lot of experience with Safe Exam Browser and were a great partner to help out with this piece of work. And it sort of shows that when we all work together, Moodle HQ, the community, Moodle partners, we can achieve a lot and make big changes for the platform. So it's a great example of a collaborative project. Same Exam Browser allows you to run Moodle quizzes in a secure and locked down environment. So if you're doing formal assessments, high stakes assessments with Moodle quizzes in your institute, Safe Exam Browser is a great way to go. It allows you to lock down the workstation and control what other programs and applications the students have access to, whether they can reach out on the internet and do searching or whether they can't, whether they can use the calculator or not. So you can create an environment specific to the wishes and demands for that particular examination. And some of the benefits, of course, are that you save paper, you save time, but most importantly, it allows you to create exams that are more competence-oriented, and you can target that specifically within Moodle in the setup that you use. Now, there's a number of settings, and I'll sort of only highlight the top-level ones at the moment, but for the administrator, there's additional settings. Under Quiz, you can create Save Exam Browser templates, and you can set up different types of access rules. But once this is set up by the administrator as a teacher, you then have additional options when you create a quiz. And there's a new area there for Save Exam Browser, and you can decide whether or not you want this quiz to be run inside Save Exam Browser. And then you can either configure it manually or use existing templates. There's a variety of ways of configuring this, but some powerful tools there for doing online assessments, which is, of course, very relevant at this point in time. There's also some additions to the functionality to manage licenses in your Moodle site. So previously, there were a number of existing licenses, and you could change order of them and the like. But there's now some additional options to create new licenses, if there's additional licenses that you're using on your Moodle site, as well as edit them and delete them. And a new setting for administrators to determine whether educators, when they're uploading content onto this site, then they use the file picker. They can choose which license they use, and either the default site license is selected or the license that they last used was selected. So it can save a little bit of time for your teachers also when they upload these things. But some good tools to give you some more powerful license managing options on your Moodle site. Then accessibility. We've done a lot of work on accessibility, very important topic, of course. Moodle is a global platform. Not only is it worldwide, we want everybody to be able to use Moodle. So we want to make it inclusive and accessible for all. We've got Jun from the Moodle LMS team talking a little bit later in a bit more detail about what changes we made in terms of accessibility and what tools we use. So in particular for developers, if you're interested in that, it's a great topic. Doing accessible development is really important. And I think later today also we've got Gavin Hendrick talking a bit more about accessibility and the work that he's doing there in that area. But what did we do for this release? Just at a high level, we performed an external audit. We had some external auditors testing the platform against WCAG 2.1. We picked 20 key pages of Moodle for the audit. Moodle is a very large platform, so we select a representative sample of pages, but really focused on those key pages that people use the most, like the dashboard, the course page, forum, quiz, gradebook, and calendar. And the auditors tested Moodle with automated tools, some of the tools that we use internally as well, some different tools too. And also really importantly, they did user journey testing. So they had, I can't remember the exact number, but somewhere between 5 and 10 testers. Testers also with different types of disabilities who were using different types of tools to access Moodle. Really, scrutinizing the accessibility of the platform. And we got some really valuable feedback out of that. And we took that on board as we started working on 3.9 and made a lot of improvements to our accessibility, working towards AA conformance. So that's, of course, an ongoing project, but we made some really good steps forward. Now, Some of the fixes were specific to these pages, but other fixes were more broadly applicable to the entire platform. So that's what we did. Where possible, we applied the fixes across all of Moodle. Some little examples of what we worked on, the focus on selected links, as well as with keyboard navigation, making that more obvious, improving the view on smaller screens. That was quite a tricky challenge for Moodle, but we made some great improvements there. Improvements to the Atto editor. And some of the things I think there will be highlighted by Gavin Hendrick from Field's Education Labs as well, because they helped contribute some of those improvements, but that makes it slightly easier to create accessible content in Moodle, as well as other general usability things. If you're on a long course page and you're scrolling all the way down to the bottom, you want to quickly get back to the top. So we added things like a go to top arrow on the page. But June later, we'll be talking a little bit more about this. Then the other things I mentioned at the beginning, we added something around creating more, I guess, broader support within the community and tools for us to collect some feedback from end users. Now, in terms of support, we are an open source project, and we do rely on everybody's support in terms of contributions, mainly in code, but there's other ways to contribute as well. And this is an avenue for administrators to consider that. So once they install an upgrade, we actually show a little banner on the administrator notification page that reminds them that they can contribute to the Moodle platform. But more importantly, we all want to hear from you as to what you think is working in the platform and what you think is not working so well. So we introduced some features within Moodle to, from time to time, ask for end users' feedback. Now, these are all settings that can be completely configured by the administrator, that can be disabled if you prefer. But if you do leave them enabled, then sometimes, and you can configure the setting and the frequency around this, a little reminder will pop up to ask users to give feedback about the software, and they'll be taken to a Moodle survey site where they're asked a few questions, and then we will digest and collate that information and use that as input as we evolve and develop the product. I do hope that if you do see that link that you click on it and give us your feedback. We'd love to hear from you. Then looking a little bit ahead, Moodle version 4. So that's scheduled for release in November 2021. So we're taking a bit longer for that because we want to focus on some bigger changes. I think a lot of the feedback has been pretty clear that there's room for improvement in terms of overall user experience and usability. So we want to work on that, and we're going to take a little bit longer to do that. There's some high-level areas that we've identified that we want to work on around navigation and workflow, some task management, essentially making it easier for students to see the workload that's ahead of them. We saw some presentations about this actually earlier on Monday, a group that has done a plugin called Assessment Map, I think it was believed. I believe it was called, showing some bubble charts in terms of workload that's ahead for student. That was a really good idea. So creative thinking like that. And we want to be able to address some of the main pain points in the platform. So we're still in a phase where we're really narrowing down on what that is. And we have just recruited a new UX lead, Candice Deemer, who's helping us organize our thoughts and doing a lot of research at the moment. So there's a new page on moodle.org, moodle.org/UX, and you can go there and read up about what it is that we're currently doing. There's some initial survey results. It also links to some UX workshops that we've been running. I'm not sure if there's still places available, but have a look if you're interested, because if there are still places available, we'd love to get more of your input. So we're sort of shaping the UX roadmap there. And that's going to, as I mentioned, we're going to take a little bit longer. So we're going to take roughly 18 months, November 2021. And throughout that time, the HQ developers will be mainly focused on those bigger UX improvements. Now, when we first announced this, there were a number of questions from the community. What about our contributions during that time? And we've worked on improvements that are important for us to help us in our projects further, and we'd really love to see them in the Moodle platform before November 2021. So, you know, we've spent some time thinking about the best way to solve this, and we've decided that we will come out with releases in between Moodle 3.9 and version 4. And they'll be released at the normal 6-monthly timeframes. So in November 2020, we will release Moodle 3.10, and in May 2021, we will also release Moodle 3.11. Now, these will be mainly focused on community contributions, community developers, partner developers. As I mentioned, the HQ developers will be mainly focused on UX improvements. There might be some small projects that we introduce sooner, but the main attention will be on the big changes for version 4. But we'll try and include as many community contributions as we can. Okay, so now, how much time have I still got? 25 minutes. Okay, that's plenty of time for me still to do a demo. So let me share my screen. And let me go here. Okay. So yes, my screen is being shared. Great. So we're on the demo site here, and we will be logging in as, try that again. There we go, Mr. Wilson. Now, Mr. Wilson is a teacher, and I just wanted to show you some of the changes we made around the activity chooser as well as H5P. Show you that live because that's much more exciting than just looking at some screenshots. So at the moment we're on the course page, and the first thing I guess we notice as a teacher, we're quite excited because the turn editing button is easily accessible for us, and I no longer need to go into the cog menu. So I click on that, turn editing on, and here we are. We've got our editing settings. So let's look at the new activity chooser. Let's say I want to add an activity or a resource here. And we see our new activity chooser with the nice grid layout and the different types of activities, larger icons. We can click on the information link. Let's look at what's described for forum. So we see a nice overview of what's described for forum. We can do a search, and as I mentioned, the search also searches all of the text, the help text. So if I search for package, what do we find? H5P, IMS content packages, as well as SCORM packages. So it's searching everything. I can go in and I can star. I'm a teacher, and what are my favorite activities? I like to use assignment. I like to use quiz. External tools for LTI and workshop, for example. So as I did that and I started these different activities and resources, a new tab showed up called Start. So when I click on that, I see all my favorite activities. And the next time I go in and want to add something, by default, I get taken to my Start tab with all my favorite activities. The other thing that I mentioned was the recommended tab. So this is where the site administrator can go in and say, okay, we really recommend that our educators try and use assignment and database and forum, just as an example. So they can select these activities to be shown in the recommended tab, so that if a teacher is going in and they're thinking, oh, well, what's recommended for me? What does the institution like for me to use? Then they can go in here and look at that. At the moment, we're seeing 3 tabs: Start, All, and Recommended. But you can configure this differently. As I mentioned, you can also show the activities and the resources, each in their separate tabs. Now down the bottom, we have got the link to browse for content on MoodleNet, and I'll show you that a little bit later. First, I think let's go and have a look at some of the H5P functionality. So I'm in my course here, climate change, very important topic. And I want to think about using H5P. Now, I'm going to go to my content bank here in the navigation drawer. So I'm in the content bank right here, and we see a grid with icons for the H5P packages that are already existing in the content bank at this course level. They all show their nice H5P icon, so it's looking really good. And here I can do a variety of things. I can switch my view. I can look at it in a list view, which means I can easily sort things. I can look at last modified dates. But I like to see the pretty picture, so let's switch back to this view. I can also upload H5P content, H5P packages. So if I already have some packages from elsewhere, I might have got them saved on my computer, I can actually upload them here and save them in the content bank. So once you do that, they'll show up in here on this page. You can search your H5P packages. Let's search for climate. So you've got 2 packages related to climate. And when you click on any of these existing packages, you actually are shown a little preview. So within the content bank, you can preview your H5P packages. You can try them out. So let's see what happens. Which of the following contribute to climate change? Well, let's look at these 3. 3 out of 3 I had right. Okay, so producing cement also contributes to climate change. Let's say I want to edit this package. You can click on the edit button, and here we then see the H5P editor. Now, as I mentioned previously, this entire massive form was also included on the Moodle activity edit page, and that made it quite a big and complicated form. So we've separated that out nicely in the content bank, and you've got a bigger space to edit. Let's say we're happy with this, so we can close it. The other thing you can do, of course, is create new H5P content. So we click on the Add button, and then you get to select from a large list of H5P content types that are installed on this site. And you can click on one, you're taken to the edit page, complete all of the entries, and then, of course, it'll show up in the content bank. So let's say we're happy with one of the packages that we've created. We go back to the climate change course, and I would really like to add that here in this section, controversy or climate change. So let me add a H5P package here. I'll select the H5P activity, and we can, let's call it H5P demo. Add a description here. And then here we can either upload a package that we have already on the computer, but we can also click the files link. So we go to the file picker, we can select the content bank, and then we see the packages here that we earlier looked at. So I want to include causes of climate change. I can select my license, which is what we talked about before, and just upload this file. So now it's added as a Moodle activity. It's within the activity edit page, and you can set your various H5P options, which we already had in 3.8. But more importantly now, we can also set up grading, which means that any results from this activity will flow into the gradebook. And you can also look at other options, such as activity completion, and make that all part of your Moodle course. Let's just leave it as it is and save and return. So we're back on the course page. And here we have our H5P activity added as a proper Moodle activity on our course page. So that's really nice. Now, a lot of things in this release are tied back to the activity chooser. And let's have a look at MoodleNet. So I open the activity chooser and I'm looking for content that I want to use in my course. So maybe there's something cool on MoodleNet, and I click on that link and it takes me to the next page. Now, here you can choose one of two things. The first one is to go to MoodleNet Central. And MoodleNet Central is the MoodleNet instance hosted and run by Moodle HQ. Ultimately, though, as MoodleNet will grow and evolve, we've built it as a federated platform. So other people can run their own instances, and you, if you want to, can run your own instance as well. And you might create an account on that particular local instance. Now, that can all be configured, and once you've got that set up, you can fill in your account details here, and then you'll be taken to your specific MoodleNet instance. In this case, though, I'm going to go to MoodleNet Central and have a look there. Now, as you can see up the top here, there's a little message there. This site is currently in active development. So a little notice that things are still changing, things are still evolving. But I do want to show you this demo. And you can either log in if you've set it up, you've got an account there. But what I'm going to do right now is actually just browse this instance. So I'm browsing it as a guest. And here I am on MoodleNet. I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail at the moment, but we've got communities up here. People talking about similar things. We've got featured collections down here. There's one about Moodle moots, which is really interesting. And I'm just going to do a search for Moodle moot and see what pops up. Okay, so right at the top here, we've got a reference to the Moodle Moot Global Online Conference. Wow, I know this is an amazing conference, and I want all my students to have a look at this because there's amazing content there. So what you can do is you can click on the three dots, and then you get an option to send something to Moodle. Now, it so happens that I've been here before, so the address of my site is already filled in and completed. So I want to send this to my Moodle site, so I click send, and then I land on my Moodle site and the import process starts. So this is the MoodleNet integration for the LMS platform in action. Here I'm already logged into this site, so it knows where I came from. So it's taking me to the right place. And it's just giving me a little notice here to let me know that, hey, you're about to import something from MoodleNet into your course. Just to let you know this is happening and make sure that this is your action. So you can confirm that. And then you've got an option of how you want to display the content that you're importing. Now, we try and be clever. In this case, it's a URL, a link to a website. So we've already noticed that, and we've sort of pre-selected that we want to create a URL resource. So we click on that, we continue, and then we're back onto our course page where we started from. And we can see here underneath the H5P demo, we now have the URL resource imported from MoodleNet. So this is how the process works and how the interaction and the link between Sorry, someone was playing with my microphone. Okay, I have got 2 minutes left. Okay, quickly, I will show one more thing. Let's go to the participants page and look at our new filter. So we can use multiple conditions here. So for example, let's look at filtering course participants from a particular group. Let's look at the South Pole group. And we also want to make sure that we only find people with the role student. And we apply those filters, and it narrows down the selection based on those two criteria. So it's a nice way to easily narrow down the number of course participants, and then you can do all your usual things. You can send them a message, or you can go towards enrollment. So it's a nice, powerful feature that we've added there. I might also quickly be able to still show you the copy course option. So in this case, Mr. Wilson, the teacher, has been given the capabilities to also copy courses. So when he goes inside the core and clicks the copy course option, you get presented with a single screen where you can give the course a new name, select some options around start dates and end dates and various other things, and which course category the course should go into. And then with a single click, you can copy your course and then in the meantime continue working, because this will all happen behind the scenes, and you'll get a notification once your course is ready. Now, I think that pretty much concludes the time there for the presentation and demo. So let me just switch back, and then we might still have some time for if there are any.
Sauna, that was excellent, in fact, and there's been a lot of interest, so a lot of questions. So we won't be able to. Yeah. Well, we won't be able to get to all the questions today. That's for sure.
Okay, well, that's okay. That's why they're on the forum.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll answer a lot of questions later on the forum, but I'll give you a bit of a taste. We've got from Michelle here, starting at the top from Michelle, and she was asking, we've been told by our Moodle partner that we'll need to wait for the first minor version release of 3.9 before we can be upgraded. Please, can you give us an indication of when that might be?
Yeah, absolutely. The next minor release is coming out this Monday. So not long now, Michelle, you'll be able to upgrade soon.
Brilliant. And Sergey was asking about, due to the starred new tab, teachers do not see the new activity introduced by administrator if they stay on starred tab. Is there a way to highlight these new activities introduced? Something like a recently added activities tab or a new star on the recommended tab when changing?
Yeah, not at this point in time. I think that's an interesting suggestion. Of course, the administrators can use the recommended tab. So if they introduce a new activity on the site, they can pop it on the recommended tab just by highlighting it there. But not within the tab itself. There's no new ways to highlight that activity at the moment.
Okay, I've got one here from Paul Brand, and he was asking about with the feedback links, does a copy of the feedback data go to the institution the user came from, along with a copy of that data going to Moodle? As the feedback may be specific to how the institution set up their Moodle, it may assist the admin improving the local site.
Yeah, some really valid points there. At this point in time, it's our first iteration of this system. So no, at the moment, the feedback doesn't go back to the institute itself yet. It's certainly something that I think can be hugely valuable and also makes it more worthwhile for institutions to turn this functionality on. So that's something that we will give a look. At the moment, I don't have the answer on that yet, though. But I understand that there's potentially a desire for this for sure. Okay,
thanks, Sonda. There's quite a lot of questions here, but I'll sort of handpick a few. Adrian Rodriguez was asking about the MUA, and he's surprised about the major features that got rolling by the MUA. And he's sort of wondering if it'd be good if there were proposed ideas to get things done by Moodle HQ directly. If there was, where could this be done? Bringing the idea only via the MUA in its way, but it is one way, but it's hard as there are many good proposals.
Yeah, of course. Well, the MUA is one way. Of course, we've got the Moodle tracker, where all the issues, anybody can go on there and create an issue and come up with a new proposal. And if you get more interest in your issue, more communication happening around it, more debates, more votes for the issue, and it's well worked out, then of course it becomes more and more likely to get things in. You can also, if it's a bigger piece of work, try and collaborate with a Moodle partner, or if you've got Moodle developers at your disposal, go ahead and try and give us a patch, because if there's a patch ready that we can look at, it's much more likely that we'll be able to include it as well, of course. So there's a few
Excellent.
different things. Yeah.
Okay, well, I think I'll leave it there. There is a whole bunch of questions on the forum, and I'll leave you to answer them, or someone from Moodle HQ will answer them at a later time. We'll take a break now, and we'll be back with another session very soon. So thanks very much.
All right. Thanks, Kristen, and thanks everyone for listening.
Thanks, Sundar.
Bye.
We are about empowering educators to improve our world. And so many of you are innovating on top of the Moodle platform. And I'm really excited to see all these presentations coming up today and tomorrow, because I'm going to see things I've never seen before built on Moodle, and I love that.
You think, okay, Moodle can't do this, but then you see people here doing it, and it's just like, oh wow, it can do that.
It's really invaluable, and you can only get to know the product by coming and listening to the people who are at the cold face of using it.
I love the Moodle Moots. I've been coming now for about 7 years, and I really enjoy the networking, the collaboration opportunities. You can't get that anywhere else.
Good opportunities to learn something new, to learn new people, to make connections.
It's mainly just to find out a little bit more, to find out kind of what's going on in the future.
It's almost like reading 100 blog posts in the space of about half a day, and the physical meeting of people and building networks that you just wouldn't be able to do from a distance.
There's nothing like seeing people face to face, that you can really get underneath the bonnet of a lot of the challenges that we're presented with, but also really to celebrate a lot of the successes as well.
Yes, I'm Pablo Echeverri. I belong to Entornos Educativos, which is the Argentinian Moodle partner.
Okay, welcome back everybody
now
to the
muted.
technology room where technology's always running smoothly. So it's day 3 at the 2020 Global Moodle Moot. And we've got a great session coming up for you now. We've got Jun Padaleta from Moodle HQ, which I know well, and he's going to be giving us a presentation on the road to a more accessible Moodle. So put your questions in the forum and we'll try to get to as many as we can. But for now, it's over to you, Jun.
Thanks, Chris. Hi, everyone. I'm Jun Patata from Moodle HQ, and today I would like to talk about my presentation, which is the road to a more accessible Moodle. And so I'd like to talk about the project that we kicked off back on February 2020, which is the Moodle Accessibility Audit Project. In this project, we avail the services of WebKey IT. They are digital accessibility specialists and are based here in Perth, Western Australia. So they audited select pages of Moodle and raised some issues in terms of accessibility. And we put these issues in an EPIC, the MDL 67688 EPIC. So the goals of this project, as mentioned by Sandra earlier, is to make Moodle inclusive for everyone. Of course, we wanted to make Moodle accessible by default. We wanted to fix the accessibility issues raised in the audit. We also wanted to achieve level AA compliance of the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines 2.1. And we initially aimed to land these fixes by Moodle 3.9. And about the pages in the accessibility audit, as we know, Moodle is quite vast. It's a quite huge system which has probably thousands of pages. So what we did in this audit is that we initially started with 20 pre-selected pages. These are commonly used pages throughout Moodle. Some of these pages are primarily used by admins, some are primarily used by teachers, some are primarily used by students. WebKey IT has testers that have various disabilities, such as visual impairment. And it's not just about blindness, but some also have low vision or color blindness. There are also some testers with mobility impairment. Some testers also have dyslexia and dyscalculia. So basically, WebKey IT gave these testers tasks to perform on the pre-selected pages and see what difficulties they run into, what kind of problems they encounter, or if they can successfully perform the task or the user journey that's been given to them. So the key issues found that were from the audit are mostly color contrast. There's also issues about keyboard navigability. So, for example, in terms of focus order, for example, when you're in the dashboard, when you tab on the UI elements on the dashboard, sometimes you start from the nav bar, and then you go to the body of the to the content page, and then you can, when you tab next, you go back to the navigation panel, which doesn't really make a lot of sense according to the testers. So we had to fix that. There's also this issue about focus outline contrasts. So various browsers, when you focus on a certain UI element in Moodle, there's this outline or highlight that is dependent on the browser. So some browsers don't really um, provide good color contrast on those focus outlines. They also found some broken or missing ARIA references. They also found some invalid elements on the HTML. And they also found some viewport zoom issues. So for example, when they have, some users have to zoom the pages to like 400% in order to be able to use the system. But they encountered problems such that UI not being very functional when the UI is zoomed to such percentage, like 400%. So those are like the key problems that were encountered in the audit. So given that we are just a small ragtag team of 3 developers in this project, we had to prioritize the issues that we worked on, that we wanted to work on. So aside from level A and level AA compliance issues, there are also a lot of level AAA compliance issues that were found by the audit. But we decided to focus on level A and level AA compliance issues first, because these are level AA is like the minimum that's necessary for most for some legislations in all around the world. And the testers also tested using various browsers such as Chrome, Firefox, and Internet Explorer. So we decided to focus on Chrome and Firefox at the moment because Internet Explorer is also kind of very old already, and it's basically going out of support later. I think this year or next year. So we just had to focus on Chrome and Firefox for this project. So where are we now? So WebKey IT basically raised 2 different types of issues. These are the common issues, which are pretty much present in all of the pages that they have evaluated. And there are also page-specific issues. So among the common issues, they reported 5 single A issues, level A issues, and we fixed all of them. They reported 3 AA issues, and where we fixed 2 of them. The pending issue is about color contrast all around or all throughout the pages that were selected. And for the page-specific issues, from the audit reported for 51 level A issues. We fixed 30 of them. We identified 15 false positive, and there are 6 pending issues. For level AA, there are 32 reported issues. We fixed 9 of them. We identified 9 false positives and 14 pending issues. So about the page-specific issues, what are false positives? So these are issues that were raised but seem to be seem to arise or to have been identified because of the tool that they used. Some are example content from the demo site that we provided them. So for example, there are some like content that are not quite accessible there are example content that are not quite accessible. So for example, content like description from the course descriptions that were edited by Atto, but so they're not, we can't really control those we can't really. they're not like provided by Moodle by default. Yeah. Other false positives were caused by third-party libraries like Video.js. Yeah. For the pending issues, we these are mostly color contrast issues. Some issues are also Internet Explorer specific, and which we will try and look into later. Some are viewport zoom issues. One notable issue about this is the forum grading issue, which still has some issues about when zoomed to 400%. And throughout this project, so while working on issues on this project, we found some helpful tools that really helped us fix the issues raised in the audit. So first, we found accessibility checkers very useful. The main thing we use is Axe Web Accessibility Testing. It's a Chrome extension that checks the pages for any accessibility issues. We also availed the Axe Beta program that they offer, which is currently free. It provides us more enhanced testing features such as component selection. So you can select specific UI item, and then you can analyze that item specifically without having to analyze the whole page. So there's also these the Axe Beta also has features guided tests where you can run through a series of steps to evaluate the accessibility of a page. For example, you need to evaluate the accessibility of a given list. So there's a guided test for that can, yeah. And another tool that we found very useful is the wave evaluation tool. It's also, we use the Chrome, the browser extension version of that, involving using Chrome and Firefox. Yeah. So moving on to the next slides. Also, we used HTML validators because if your page has a valid HTML structure, it's already a right step in the direction of good accessibility. And the validator that we used mainly is a new HTML checker. We also used browser extension like Validity, which also basically just uses new validator as well. Of course, we have used screen readers on fixing and testing accessibility issues. It's like JAWS, NVDA, and Chromevox. With color contrast issues, a common issue raised from the audit, we also used various color contrast checkers. Some of these that we usually use is like the color contrast checker by the Paciello group, color contrastratio.com, WebAIM contrast checker. And there are also a bunch of contrast checkers available online. The next slide, helpful resources, of course. Of course, we found the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines 2.1 documentation very helpful. We also found WA ARIA offering practices 1.1 really helpful, especially when we were designing the tabs when we were fixing the accessibility for the tabs of the new accessibility activity chooser, or like toggle buttons as well. And it has also has some other guidance from other for it also has other accessibility guidelines for authoring other HTML components. We also found the docs linked by the Axe tool in the Q University, very helpful. So in Axe, you can, if it identified an accessibility issue, it provides you a documentation link to that gives you more information about that accessibility issue and what you can do to fix it. We also found another reference that we found very useful is the web docs accessibility web docs from the Mozilla Developer Network. Yep. So key learnings. So we keep learning. Working on the accessibility project. It's quite a new experience for most of us in the team that are working on this project. So what we kind of learned is that accessibility audits are really helpful. Like it provided us new insights about accessibility testing that cannot really be covered by automated tools. Another key learning that we have is that there's really no universal tool to identify and fix accessibility issues. So as I mentioned before, we used various tools such as accessibility checkers, color contrast checkers, screen readers, and HTML validators. And if we want better chances for successfully making a page accessible, automated tools is not really enough. Yeah, it helps to identify common accessibility issues, but we need to combine manual testing with it to make it very effective. So some things that we try to keep in mind when working on accessibility issues. So first is like we need to make sure that UI elements are properly labeled. And it's not just enough to just provide a label to a UI element just for the sake of labeling it. So we also need to keep in mind to provide enough context. So for example, I have the up arrow in the course management page. Which moves a course category up or down. It's not enough to label it as up. We have to label it as like move up or move down. Or it's better to be specific, like move category 1 up. So it gives the user better context on what the element is doing. Another thing is that we try to keep in mind is to use native HTML elements where possible. So for example, if you have if you're displaying a list of items, so instead of using divs and adding rows of list or list items to them, just use unordered list or ordered list tags. Another thing we learned we try to keep in mind is that even though text color contrast is very important, it's also we have to keep in mind that non-text color contrast is also important, such as what are non-text color contrast? It's about the color contrast of for example, your icons, Yeah, and buttons or form controls. Um, we also have to make sure that when that your page can be uh, navigated successfully using a keyboard. And also, we have to keep in mind to design responsive UI that can remain functional and useful when zoomed by 400% or when they're viewed on devices with very small displays. So what's next for this project is that, of course, we need to fix the rest of the issues in the audit. So get that seal of approval from WebKey IT about for those 20 pages that we sent them. And yeah, the community also added some issues in the epic. So we appreciate those as well. And so, of course, we'd like to, after getting these items fixed on the first point, we'd like to have a look at those as well and resolve them as much as possible. And then the next one is to most likely to prepare a new batch of pages to be audited. So yeah, I'd like to make a quick demo. Not sure how can I share my screen. Hello. How do I share my screen? Well, Chris, can I share my screen here?
Oh, sorry. I'm not sure.
Tools. No. Oh, sorry. Yeah. I would like to.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Bottom button on the right, bottom right.
Bottom right. Share your screen. There you go. Sorry. Wow. It's really new. Application window. Yeah. So can you see my screen?
It's coming up.
There you go. So the first I'd like to share is the focus highlight issue. So as you can see, so this is this demo set is Moodle 3.8.0. As you can see, this has this black outline in Chrome. In Firefox or Internet Explorer, this is like dotted line, so which is not really consistent. So in the fixed version, we fixed the color contrast to be more uniform, like this blue highlight. Yeah, and another issue we fixed is the focus ordering. So before, as you can see here, when I tab next, so let me start from this from the nav drawer toggle button. So I tab next. I'm here on stable 38. I tab next. I'm on this on the messaging drawer toggle. Then I go back to the notification. So it's not really logical. Then I tab next, next, next. And then all of the blocks. And that's when I get to focus on the navigation panel. So in the fixed version, so it's now tabbing on the correct order and now tabs on the dashboard on the nav panel before going to the content to the main content page. So another thing I'd like to demo is the zoom issue. So if I zoom this to 400 percent. This is the site on 3.8. We can see that not quite usable anymore or very useful. So we tried to make this better by moving the making the message drawer, for example, pop up and have a close button here. We can. This is now more usable. So yeah, that's basically just the quick demo. So any questions?
Yeah, Jun, there's a lot of interest on the forum, and I don't think we're going to have time right now to get to any of the questions really. So I think that there was sort of one of the good things from Katrine was saying, can you share the presentation, because there's many links to some good sources. So we'll organise that for later. But
Sure,
I think that's pretty much it. It was very well received. Everyone was really happy. So we're just going to have to leave that session now because another session's coming up very shortly. So
awesome.
thanks
Thank
very
you.
much, Jun.
Yeah.
Okay, mate. Thank you. Cheers. Okay, welcome back to the technology room, everybody. There's been some interesting presentations so far, but we're running a little bit behind, so we're going to get racing straight into the next one. We've got Cameron Ball from Moodle HQ, and he's going to give us a rundown on the wide-eyed, crazy functional programming, which covers a bit of philosophy and the age of parallel computing. So any questions, put them in the forum. If we can't get to them now, we will get to them. But for now, it's over to you, Cameron.
Yeah, g'day. I'm Cameron from Moodle HQ. I work on the Moodle Cloud team, and I'm here presenting what I think may be the first talk at a Moodle Moot that's actually not about Moodle at all. I mean, it's tangentially related. It's about programming. I originally wrote this as a personal project, and I presented it internally at Moodle HQ, and it was so well received that everyone was like, hey, do you want to do it at the Moot? So, yeah, why not? Here I am. So let's get into it. Right, so this first slide is intended to get your brain sort of a bit activated. We got a bunch of fun little facts and anecdotes here. We'll just go through a couple of them. Won't go through all of them. It was intended to be sort of like a lobby while people join the chat. And there's a good one. All of Back to the Future happened in the past. Maybe we'll just go through 2 or 3 of these to get the brain fully engaged, the cortex fully engorged. And everything is in the future. It's a very profound quote. And we'll go for one more. That is a good one. Functional programming and procedural programming are owed to these 2 pre-Socratic philosophers. I encourage you to look those guys up because they're pretty cool. All right. So let's get into it. This is the talk called Wide-Eyed Crazy Functional Programming. And yeah, there's me, Cameron, Moodle Cloud developer, and of course some fun animations because you cannot spell functional without fun. And I need this slide here just to let the confetti settle because otherwise the next slide chugs even more. And so when I first presented this, a few people were curious about the title, and I imagine a bunch of people out there are curious about the title. So I thought I'd come up with a slide to clarify what it means. Going to take it. There we go. So this is figure 1.1, what most people consider a typical functional programming advocate. Bit of an eccentric crazy, and they spout these nonsense words like monads, applicative functors, lambda calculus every few seconds, and often they don't have very much hair. And of course, before we get too far into it, I want to add a bit of framing to the talk. My goal here is actually not to teach you functional programming. What I want to do is get you curious. I want to get you longing for more. And, you know, every good talk has an obligatory quote, and here's mine. I think it really helps convey the framework I used when writing this lecture. If you wish to build a ship, do not divide the men into teams and send them to the forest to cut wood. Instead, teach them to long for the vast and endless sea. So that's my goal here. I want to get you to vast for the long and endless sea of not just functional programming, but programming in general. There's lots out there to learn, and you know some people don't even bother learning about the other stuff there. So. Yeah, and we can't forget attribution because that way everyone knows how cultured you are and how many important things you've read in your life. And I actually don't know who said that. I'm not cultured. I'm Australian. I'm really sorry. And with this framing in mind, I'd like to encourage you not to take any of the code examples in here too seriously. There's not many. They're mostly to demonstrate big picture ideas. So, what is this talk about? And I'm going to commit the cardinal sin of teaching, and I'm going to tell you things it's not about. It's not about Haskell, and it's not about convincing you to stop using whichever language you like, and it's not about mathematics. When trying to explain things, there's lots of perspectives you can try slice that from, and for this talk, I've gone for a very meta perspective, which is perspective itself. As I said, it's not a talk about Haskell. It's about viewing programming through different perspectives. And it's broken up into 3 sections, I think. I think it's 3 sections. I'm going to pause for a bit of each section. And when I do that, I'll encourage people to write questions in the forum. I'm not going to answer questions at the end of the talk because, like I said, we're short for time. And it's just better if I can go to the forums and answer them there. So, yeah, let's get into it. What is functional programming? There we go. Profound. It is programming with functions. Really, everything is a function, which does beg the question. Come on, change the slide. What is a function? Now, you know, I assume a bunch of people watching are programmers and they've heard of functions before. But functions in the functional programming context are a bit different. What a function is a mapping between two sets that associates every element of the first set to exactly one element of the second set. This is different to functions in procedural languages, and the name function is a bit of a misnomer in that context, I think. They should have been called procedures or subroutines, and that's actually why those languages are part of the procedural programming paradigm. A function, a true function, is a mapping. You can think of it similar to an array in PHP. Like, you know, if you have an array in PHP, it associates the keys to values. So say you have a key, Jeff, and it points to the string hello. You can have another key, maybe chef, that points to the string hello. That's fine, but you can't have Jeff point to two values. And a pure function is exactly like that. And in the same way, a PHP array can't do anything except express a mapping. A pure function can't do anything, express a mapping. You can't mutate state. And as I just mentioned, those are what's called pure functions. And there's a good chance that I'll just say functions for the rest of the talk because I forget. And this has some very interesting consequences. In a purely functional programming language, we have no equivalent constructs for for loops, while loops, gotos, variables, and probably a bunch of other things. There's a little asterisk on the variables there because you can actually have variables, but it's in the mathematical sense. You can say like x equals 3, and that means they are one in the same. You should be able to substitute x for 3 anywhere in the program, and you can't change it, unlike in a procedural language where you can reassign the value whenever you wish. Now, this this begs the question, who in their right mind would want to do that? So I'm here trying to convince you functional programming is awesome because it has less features. That is true, it does, but it actually doesn't make any difference. You can accomplish anything in a functional programming language that you can in a procedural language. And yet, why? The best answer I can give to that question is learning is good. And this is where it ties into Moodle. We're all about education, so we should be all on board with learning new things. And this brain plasticity idea, learning functional programming for someone who, you know, has spent a lot of time doing procedural style programming, it's going to require you to wrestle your brain into shapes that it's never taken before, which is a really good skill to develop. It's going to leave you with this plasticity to learn a greater variety of things we encounter in life. And it's also going to make the maths cortex of the brain very, very buff. I said there's no maths in this talk, and there's not, but if you do decide to go on a functional programming pilgrimage, you will get a buff maths brain. And it helps with communicating as well. Programs written in the functional style are actually easier to communicate to people than programs written in the procedural style, but of course that relies on the other person speaking the same language as you. Right, so this is the section on paradigms. I was going to pause here for questions, but I don't think anything I've said so far is particularly controversial. Maybe it is, but I'm going to soldier on here just for the interest of time. So in particular, I want to talk about the two most widely used programming paradigms, and they are the two that are the most at odds with each other, actually. So we have the declarative paradigm and the imperative paradigm, and inside those we see sub-paradigms, and there are ones that sit outside of those. Like, for example, SQL is a declarative language, but it is not functional. And assembly is a imperative language, but it's not procedural. You can't have procedures if you write assembly. Although the vast majority of imperative languages are indeed procedural. And then inside the inner boxes, we see some examples of languages that are written with that paradigm in mind. So for the purpose of the talk, it's probably okay to just think of declarative and functional as interchangeable, and imperative and procedural as interchangeable. And there's a very good chance I'll mess that up as I go through the talk. So what's the purpose of this diagram? we're going to do our first perspective change. Some people might have realized that those are both words used to describe human languages, and that's relevant because learning a new paradigm is beneficial in the same way learning a new human language is. And so I've rewritten this as if I was a linguist, and what those words actually mean. So declarative is a sentence which expresses a statement of fact, something like, he runs, I like climbing, ice is cold, Taylor Swift is going to go on a date with me one day. I messaged her on MySpace a few years ago, just waiting for her to get back. Taylor, if you're watching, my email's at the end of the video. And then in imperative, we have a sentence which expresses instructions or requests. You know, shut the door, don't eat my burger, let's go to the pub, don't hit on Taylor Swift. And I imagine you can see the similarities with imperative programming there. Like, it's a clear set of instructions to follow. And here's just, if you remember nothing else, this is how you remember them. Declarative is this. Imperative is do this. And when you think about programming, as I explained with the functional paradigm, we lose our instruction words. We lose the for, while, go to, variable reassignment, all that stuff. And that brings us to one of the first big brain moments in the talk, which is programming languages are human languages. We do not write programs for computers, we write them for other people to read. And so, okay, why is this declarative thing good? Because surely in both cases, the human language case and the programming case, we learn something useful. We learn the ability to instruct people to do things. Like, surely that's useful. How do you do anything if you can't instruct people or computers? Here is one thing that we gain in the imperative style. The declarative style. We gain atemporality, and that is something being independent of or unaffected by time. So a declarative program expresses what it actually does. It expresses things in terms of relationships. In an imperative paradigm, thinking about the program means thinking about changes over time. So think about your loops. You've got your variables in your loops, and you've got to keep track of what's going on over time in your head. But in a declarative paradigm, you just think about relationships. You look at what something is and how it relates to the other things around it, and then you move on with your life. And it's a bit of a weird idea, but it does actually end up giving you more brain space to focus on solving the actual problem. You're not tracking all these things going on all over the shop. So why? Again, there's some reasons you can read them. But I'll say that some problems are simply very difficult to solve in the imperative way. And that's especially true when you're talking about events that might be happening in parallel and may run at different speeds on different executions of the program. Something that comes to mind is JavaScript. If you ever used JavaScript in the days before promises, you would have run into huge amounts of pain making requests to get data or something, and you've got variables to try and track which one finished first and this sort of thing. You get yourself in a mess really, really quick, and you can come up against data races just by virtue of the way the program is expressed. And there's a little quote there that I really like: constraints liberate, liberties constrain. That's a fun one to think about. And yeah, at this point, I imagine a lot of you people are thinking, enough of the philosophy and linguistics mumbo jumbo. Let's see something interesting. So here's a code example. This is no particular programming language. It's one that I just came up with, although it does look like many languages that are out there. And this is a really interesting example because these two snippets of code behave differently depending on which paradigm you interpret them with. So in the declarative paradigm, this code, the x equals x plus 1, will hang and not complete execution, whereas in the imperative paradigm, it runs. And this code will run in the declarative paradigm, but it will hang in the imperative one. And we'll explore that a bit more in the next slide. So here we are. We're going to just interpret it using English. So in the declarative paradigm, we say x is the same as itself plus 1, which it doesn't make sense. That's no good. Does not compute, right? Whereas in the imperative paradigm, because it's a set of instructions, we say evaluate the thing on the right of the equal sign, then store it in the thing on the left of the equal sign. And that's a list of instructions that can be followed, and it makes perfect sense. This one, in the declarative style, we read that as the repeat of x is x appended to the repeat of x, which if you think it through, that's just an infinite list of x's, of whatever x happens to be. In the imperative paradigm, we interpret that as to evaluate the repeat of x, just spelled wrong, first evaluate the repeat of x. So there's obviously a recursion problem there. It's defined in terms of itself, and the instructions can never be followed because they just cascade out forever. And again, I'll just reiterate this. Programming languages are human languages. The parallels there are really, really cool. Imperative tells you what to do. Declarative tells you what things are. And here's some actual code that you can run if you have Haskell installed or something like that. This is Haskell syntax. The double plus is the concatenation operator, and this is the exact same as the definition I showed before. And you read this as 3 Fs is the first 3 elements in an infinite list of Fs. And that's completely fine. If you have an infinite list of Fs, of course you can just take the first 3. It's no problem. It's a shame that the function name is take, because that feels a bit like an instruction word, but whatever, no one's perfect. By contrast, in the JavaScript version, we interpret this as first compute an infinite list of Fs, and can't do that. Right, so that's pretty cool, I think. Because we can express what things are, we can express an infinite list in a declarative language. And none of the declarative stuff relies on tracking changes anywhere. We just need to know what the thing is and how it relates to other things, and we move on with our life. And we've gained the ability to wield infinity, which is pretty cool. That's something that you have to worry about a lot when programming things cascading out of control, but nah, it's not a problem anymore. Right, so this is the next section about promises. I'm doing pretty good for time, so I'm gonna pause for 2 minutes. If anyone wants to write questions in the forum while what I just spoke about is fresh in your mind, please do so, and after the talk I'll go through and I'll answer those. While we wait, I'll just go back to this guy and we can look at some of his little quotes. Yeah, if you can be disgruntled, can you also be gruntled? That's a good one. There's more stars in our galaxy than there are atoms in the universe. That one blew my mind when I first realized it. And 0.9 recurring is exactly equal to 1. A lot of people dislike that, but it's true. That's a really fun one about English spelling. If you look at other words where those letters appear, you can see that it produces the word fish. And one of the facts is a complete fabrication, and it would be very unfortunate if it was this one. This is interesting. So yeah, if you sift through Pi, your credit card details are somewhere there, and I'm pretty sure that's actually how scammers get credit card information. They just sift through Pi looking for valid credit card details. That's how I do it anyway. And 1729 is the best number. I checked every number, and that is the best one. I'll probably wait for another 30 seconds and then move on. It's very strange not getting feedback during a talk. I don't really know if people are ready to proceed or what. And the secret, just drink.
Cracking up.
I actually ate a banana before doing this talk, just to get a bit more strength, buff brain. We're back at the start of these, so okay, I'm gonna continue back where we left off. We're in the section. Oh wait, hang on, no, we're not. We're in the section about promises, JavaScript promises. Now, seems like a bit of an odd tangent. Why am I talking about JavaScript promises? But let's go with it. And I'm going to break the cardinal rule of teaching again by telling you what promises are not. Promises do not make things asynchronous. There's a lot of misleading information out there that seems to indicate that they do. You can have perfectly synchronous promises, but the thing you pass as a callback to a promise does not get like run in the background or anything like that. So I just wanted to get that out the way. And this is what promises really are. They solve these problems. They solve asynchronous request management, error handling for computations which may fail, and probably a bunch more stuff that I forgot. And so what are they? A promise is a value which may or may not be available yet. That's where the asynchronous part comes in. That value might come in later, wrapped in some additional context. And some functions to instantiate the wrapper. In this case, we've got promise.resolve and promise.reject. and a rule for composing the wrapped values, which is the then method. Now let's have a quick JavaScript recap, because I'm going to be using this notation. That one at the top, the X with the arrow, is equivalent to that function definition. And what is composition? It's a method for combining two things of the same type into another thing that is also of the same type. And just a quick note on that, I'm sure a lot of you have come across function composition. There's many different kinds of composition, but function composition is very common, especially in programming. However, in this example, we're talking about composition of promises, in the sense that we combine two promises and get another promise. Right, so promise composition. The then method of a promise accepts a function as an argument, and this function takes a value and returns a new promise. The new promise combines the previous two using the composition rule that you pass into then. So I hope it's not too small. In this snippet above, there are 3 promises. So there's the first one. We got just promise.resolve some value, and this is a completely synchronous promise because the value is there immediately. And then here, this thing itself is a promise. It's the composition of the first one, and then it uses the composition rule, x plus and another value, to produce a new promise using the value from the previous one. And then the third promise is the composition of all 3. So this function here is using this composition rule with the promise that was composed back here. So you end up with a promise with the value some value and another value and another one. And this here still results in a promise. This is slightly different. We have a reject in here. And the way that works is any subsequent call to then just leaves you with the rejected promise. So we just end up with a failed promise with the value it's all gone wrong. So this is what I mean when I was talking about computations that may fail. It gives you a nice, elegant way to handle that, like, maybe the request times out or something like that. Right, so yeah, why did I show that? Who cares? What we're doing there is we're declaring how we want the promises to compose, and we've come up with a system where the order that the promises actually resolve their values in is no longer important. And in other words, the timing aspect is gone, and we can declare failures anywhere in the chain. So those words are sure starting to sound familiar, and this is one of my favorite things. This is JavaScript code, and this is Haskell code, and they look so similar. So if I hover over this, you can see the symbols that correlate. In Haskell, we have this thing. It's called either. It's called the either type. And instead of promise.resolve, they have right, and instead of promise.reject, they have left. But this example, we're using just right. So promise.resolve, we start here. That's the same. Then this funny little arrow guy here, that's the same as then. And this is just the Haskell way of making like an inline function, promise.resolve, and then we're doing string concatenation there. And I mean, they look so similar. You'd think one copied the other, but it's not true. It's an independent thing that emerged in both languages. And here's the failure case. We've just chucked a left in there. So in the top one, we get a failed promise with oh no's. And in the Haskell one, we get a left with oh no's. So if you've ever used JavaScript promises, you've been doing declarative style programming all along without even realizing it. And yeah, we get some new superpowers here. We can write atemporal code, which explains why promises emerged in JavaScript. It's a place where people are constantly dealing with requests that may finish in any order. And so I think it's so cool that people using a language so far removed from Haskell ended up solving the problem in pretty much the exact same way. And like I said, they're independent discoveries. There's no plagiarism going on here. But I don't think it's a coincidence that they appeared in JavaScript given the nature of the language and the ecosystem. Right, this is the section on composition, and I'm doing pretty well for time. So if you've got questions about that, feel free to go chuck them in the forum. And I guess we'll just go back to the little dancey guy again. I think we've seen all the facts, but whatever, you can watch them again. Try find the fake one. I should have bought a Rubik's Cube or something. I could like solve the Rubik's Cube while waiting. At least that would have been entertaining. This one's cool. 23 people in a room to ensure a 50% chance of a shared birthday. Tim's put something in the chat. He said it's much easier not to have bugs when your functions don't have side effects. And yes, that's very true. Entire classes of bugs simply cannot exist in a purely functional programming language. Give it another 30 seconds or so. That's a fun one if you're into languages. Preservative means something different in many European languages. For the European viewers. All right, let's kick on. Right, this is the section on composition. I mentioned it a bit in the previous section, but this is sort of composition in a more abstract philosophical sense. So here's a quick explanation of what composition is. Again, very abstract. So say you have three things. They can be anything, but in this example, I'm using coins. And say you have some arrows. In this case, I'm using pipes, coins and pipes, because video games. So if you can go from there to there, from A to B, and if you can go from B to C, then the composition of those two things, if it exists, which it's not guaranteed to, goes from A to B. Pretty straightforward. I think, like you can see from the diagram, like obviously if this is a system where composition is possible because you just go in that pipe, in the other pipe, and you're at C. So yeah, of course, if we compose those things together, we get a route from A to C. Right, who cares? What's so great about composition? What's great about it is that big problems can often be chopped up into smaller problems that are easier to solve. And if we can be clever about how we like dice up the problems, we can come up with solutions to the individual pieces such that we can put the solutions together and form a full solution. And then, this is the cool part, you can infinitely speed up the work by simply adding more workers. You get them to work in parallel, right? So I'm just going to go back to that diagram. So yeah, maybe we want to go from A to C. Maybe that's our goal, to go from A to C, but that's like really hard for some reason. But maybe someone out there worked out how to go from A to B, and someone else worked out how to go from B to C. Well, if we're working inside of a system where composition is possible, then we just solve the problem. You just compose the two solutions together, and you're done. And this is, I think, the natural way humans solve problems. We love to, you know, divide problems up in our heads and then figure out the little bits and put it all back together. Okay, here's some examples throughout history of where composition was employed. The pyramids, you know, they had lots of people working in parallel to move those blocks. It wouldn't make any sense to just get one guy to move every single block. The Large Hadron Collider is a great one. I don't think there's a single person in the world who fully understands how that thing works. That was a huge collaborative effort. McDonald's. I think McDonald's was the first place to have staff make individual parts of a burger and then at the end compose the burger together, and that way they could produce way more burgers instead of just having one guy at the grill making the burgers. And Moodle does it as well when we do projects. So let's have a think about how Moodle tackles projects. So do we get one mega awesome 10 times developer to bash out all the features a little bit like this? No, I don't know about you, but I wouldn't be keen to work with someone with that sort of attitude. So the correct way to write software is, of course, with your friends, as a team. So this is why it's worth spending the time to plan how to chop up the work. And we need to make sure we're chopping the thing up into pieces that can be put together later. And this is why at Moodle we spend all this time planning how we're going to do the work for the releases. And yeah, this is a takeaway. I believe composition is nature's greatest hack. I wanted to try and convince you that it's fundamental to the way humans think. We're amazing for our ability to do this. I don't know if there are other animals that break up problems this way and then solve them collaboratively. I think we're the only ones that do it. And so at its core, composition is about relationships and building complexity by combining the relationships. And hey, that sounds familiar again, doesn't it? That whole declarative thing, that was about relationships. So this brings me to we're near the end. My final point, more or less, is that when we write programs, as an individual in this case, we naturally want to break up the problem. That's why we have functions in programming in the first place. We don't write, like one big program that's like a novel, essentially. We want to break the problem up into building blocks that we can put together and mix and match. And the building blocks you use matter. Some compose better than others. Now, because of all the restrictions the functional paradigm places on you, the lack of mutation, the lack of control flow, functions in a pure language naturally, they're not well suited, they're guaranteed to be composable. So I'm just going to go back to that composition slide. So say we have some function that goes from A to B and it has a side effect. That means when you call B to C with the result from A to B, that is not necessarily the same as calling the composition of those two functions A to C. The whole point of the composition is that if you call A to B, then B to C, that the result should be the same as calling the composition of them. But if the database is mutated or something like that in one of the calls, those two subsequent calls to the composition or the one after the other version will have different results. The point of composition is that they should be the same. And in purely functional language, they will be. They're guaranteed to be. There's no way you can mess it up. And I want to make a comment that I think is my opinion. I don't know the history of these things, but I'm pretty sure procedures in what we call functions, in like PHP, for example, are a short-sighted attempt at composition. It's like people wanted a way to have these building blocks. They wanted a way to nicely put things together, but it doesn't quite work unless you're very disciplined and you try to keep the side effects out of your functions. But as I said, in pure language, you can't have the side effects. You just cannot have them. It's guaranteed that you have composable building blocks. And yeah, final little box there. This is becoming super relevant in the age of parallel computing, which I'll touch on in a second. Here's a little bit about why functional programming is awesome, the thing that I wanted to convince you of to begin with. So by taking away these convenient but dangerous tools, like the ability to just mutate state, to modify the database, whatever, we're left with tools that are incredibly powerful but more difficult to wield. In particular, we've got atemporality. We can express things independent of time. We've got infinity. We've managed to wrestle infinity. And we've got composition. The fundamental way humans solve problems is now just available at all times. You don't have to worry. And here's a couple of final big brain thoughts. At Moodle, we work across multiple time zones. So it's, the idea of being able to solve problems in a time-independent way seems a bit appealing. And Moore's law, this one is particularly interesting. For those that don't know, that's the observation that the number of transistors in CPUs is doubling every year, but that's finishing now. It's coming to an end. We can't physically cram more transistors in there. And we're now seeing a shift to parallel computing because you want to double the power, you just add another box. Imperative paradigms are not the right tool for programs that need to run across multiple computers. They're just not. So either I think we'll see a shift to declarative style programming soon, but that, functional programmers have been saying that since the dawn of time, or we're going to shoot ourselves in the foot and make it hard real quick, real fast. And I hope we see the paradigm shift, because it's the definition of madness, really, isn't it? Like if you do the same thing over and over again, but expect different results. And another analogy that comes to mind when I think about these things is like the frog in boiling water. Well, he's not in boiling water, he's in cold water, but the water temperature slowly rises so he doesn't notice. And then eventually he's just cooked. We're getting to boiling point. We gotta jump out of that pot soon. And here's a really fun one. Quantum mechanics might be so confusing because at a certain point the universe doesn't want to be chopped up anymore. Like, we kept splitting things. We split the atom, and then we got like electrons, and we started looking into those. And then after a little while, physicists were like, this stuff's starting to behave real weird. I don't like it. And maybe it's the case that we just can't understand that. Our brains want things to be chopped up into small pieces, but does the universe have any obligation to actually be that way? I don't think so. And that's it. Thank you so much for watching my talk and letting me share my passion for programming with you. If nothing else, I hope you're a little bit more curious about functional programming. And even though it's not super relevant to Moodle or, probably the kind of code that you people write on a daily basis, I really would encourage you to investigate it, because learning more about it will help you be a better programmer. If you have questions, please email me. I'm always happy to talk about this. And I would suggest going to the pub for a drink, but, well, yeah, COVID-19 has other ideas about that. And if you have ideas about how I can improve this presentation, as I said, it's a personal project, please get in touch. I'll be very happy to take on any constructive criticism. So yeah, I'm going to mute my mic now, otherwise we'll get echo from Chris. But thank you very much. I'll be on the forums answering your questions.
Well, Cam, what can I say? That was very fascinating and even a slightly bit entertaining as well. So thanks for that. I learned a lot about how to make a hamburger, and I also found out how many credit cards you might find in a pie. Oh, and I forgot to tell you that I did see Taylor Swift last night, and she said to pass on her regards. So regards. Righto. All right, everyone, we've got a bit of a break now before the next one. So head down to the cafe and have a coffee or a cerveza or whatever tickles your fancy. And we'll see you back in the tech room in about 20 or 40 minutes. Thanks a lot.
I'm Cyril Bedel. I co-created EduNao. We decided to actually offer end-to-end services for education technology users. We do work mostly with K-12, higher ed, bit of corporate now. We have 300 clients on various solutions, including Moodle. I think we're the first Moodle partner in the French-speaking region so far. One of the top 10, possibly in the world. It's a great team achievement, and basically that was in our DNA at the very beginning, to be able to offer consulting services, development services down to the infrastructure, to provide off-the-shelf Moodle platforms, and integration down the line, functional and technical integration. We've been a Moodle partner, I think, for almost 5 years now, I would say. Being part of the family officially, I would say. Interact with Moodle HU. We might want to interact more with Moodle partners, but we have little opportunities to meet with each other, unlike today, for instance.
And it's really interesting to get to meet people that are using Moodle and learn from them, exchanging experiences. I've been using Moodle myself for my work for a few years, but here it's like the amount of accumulated experience and learning how people fixed issues. It's really been very enlightening for me.
Hello, I'm Lina from China, Xi'an Jiaotong Liverpool University. I will make presentation at the Moodle Moot 2020 online. Come and join us.
When a presentation lacks energy, time passes by very slowly. Keen to captivate your audience? Rather than compete with smartphones, WooClap turns them into an exceptional learning tool. Participation has never been this quick and easy. Your audience can answer by text message or
You are now muted.
Welcome. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, whatever time zone, wherever you are watching Moot Global. Day 3, welcome back to Technology Room. Really excited to have with us today Michelle Lohman, a regular at our Moots, really well-attended sessions and really engaging subjects is what Michelle presents. She's based in Victoria, Australia, and today she'll be presenting Making Even Better Moodle Courses. We encourage you to put your questions into the forum if you want to do that early. If we have time at the end of the session, we'll run through those Q&As. Otherwise, we'll respond later in the forums. Thanks, Michelle. Welcome.
Thank you very much. And yes, welcome to Melbourne, Australia, where it happens to be evening. And do you know what that means? It means it is story time. So, once upon a time, there was a young blonde girl, okay, a youngish blonde girl, who moved to a new village. And in that new village, she got herself a job. And her job was working with online courses, and she was loving this job. It was amazing. And one day in this job, this mysterious orange stranger came along, whose name was Moodle. And she thought, oh, well, you seem very interesting, orange mysterious stranger called Moodle. And so she thought, I'm going to get to know them. And so she did. And she thought, this could be really useful for my online courses. So she thought, I know, I'm going to make my very first Moodle course. So she opened it up. Oh, gee, there's a lot of features, there's a lot of activities. Oh, okay, so I'm going to start to put together my Moodle course. But I'm afraid because there's so many things that I could break and there's so many options. Oh, so she didn't put much into that Moodle course. It was pretty cold and, well, it wasn't very good, she thought. Okay, all right, well, maybe I'll get to know this mysterious orange stranger called Moodle a little bit better. And so she opened it up and she thought, I'm going to learn all these different activities and features and options. And they were exciting. There were all these fantastic things that she could do. So she got her Moodle course and she grabbed all these really cool things and she shoved them into her Moodle course, and it was jam-packed full. And it was really exciting for her. And it was so full, it was too hot and it wasn't very good. She thought, okay, this isn't very good. What am I going to do? So she thought and you know what she thought? Maybe the Moodle course should be about the learner and what they're going to learn and what would make it easier for them. She thought, I'm going to make another Moodle course. So she opened up Moodle again and she thought, right, I'm going to think very carefully this time, and every activity and feature that she chose, she thought very carefully about how it would help her learners. And so she put together this very thoughtfully tailored Moodle course. And you know what? This one was just right. She thought. So after making many Moodle courses over the years, this youngish blonde girl tonight is going to share with you some of the top tips that she's learned over the years in making these Moodle courses and how to make Moodle courses even better. So let's get started. Now, the top tip, and it doesn't sound very sexy, but it has to be consistency. Now, we're not talking about same. You don't want to create boredom, but you want your learner to be able to focus on what they're learning rather than having to figure out where to find things and how to do things. And there's some really simple ways that you can create this consistency. So one of the simple things is to think about what you're going to call each part that you put into your Moodle course. So this can be your section names, and it can be the names of your activities and resources. Don't leave your learners guessing. And if you're consistent in how you name things, it's going to be intuitive for your poor learner. Now, when it comes to things like quizzes and assignments, it'd be handy to put just some consistent instructions in there to give the learner a heads up on what I have to do and what are the requirements to get a tick. Now, a little bit of a tip though, if you're having to put too many instructions in there, probably means your course design isn't that great. So you've got to find that balance. Now, if you want your Moodle course to pop, of course, some imagery and icons can be really handy. So, for instance, if you've got a great suite of icons up your sleeve, it can help to give the learner a visual cue of what you're asking them to do. So make sure you've got a nice, consistent, useful set of icons. And if you are adding images such as photos throughout your course, try and have a consistent approach to the style of your images because it will make it look more professional. When it comes to text, well, you're super lucky because Moodle has a great text editor available to you, and it already has text styles built into it. Use it because it will help keep things nice and clean and simple and accessible. One of the tips here is watch out for when you're doing a copy and paste from the good old Word straight into your Moodle course. Super easy way to make things inconsistent very quickly and easily. Some of the other things that you can do with consistency is think about your blocks. Now, they're fantastic for adding features to your Moodle course, but I'd have to say that less is generally more. So think about which of those blocks are going to add the best value for your learner. And also think if your learners are accessing multiple Moodle courses, well, can you use consistent blocks and perhaps have them in the same order so again the learner can intuitively find what they're looking for. And of course, with your Moodle course, you can control the layout with sections. So think about, particularly again, if your users are accessing multiple Moodle courses, can you have some consistency on the sections? You know, is there an introduction and is there an assessment section and what are the names of each of those sections going to be? And of course, Moodle is really powerful. It's got all these great settings where you can customize things. You have course settings, you have section settings, and for every activity and resource you put in there. But again, if you can be fairly consistent in how you set those up, it can really make the user experience, well, intuitive. And then we have good old green ticks. Okay, the things a learner will do for a green tick. So use it against them, for them, with them. Depends how nice you are. So with your activity completion settings, again, try and be a little bit consistent with this, but be meaningful. Make it very clear what they need to do to get that green tick, because if they don't understand, they're going to get frustrated pretty quickly and easily. So think about, is it a grade to pass? Do they just need to submit to get that tick? Some of the other options with activity completion are also things in like forums. Now, generally with forums, I'll just say, well, you just need to post or reply to get a tick. But if you're using something like the Q&A forum, then you might want to specify, well, you need to post once and you need to reply once to get that tick. And again, you might want to put just a little instruction in the forum to give the learner a bit of a heads up. What do I need to do to get that elusive green tick? Now, green ticks, we want them, says the learner. And with the activity completion report, something some people miss is that, well, let's think about it. For every group of students you work with, there's that one special little cherub, isn't there? You know who they are. You can name them later. but they're the one that's going to say the computer ate their homework and they didn't get their tick and they're desperate for the tick. It's frustrating. So remember, in the activity completion report, you can actually click on an empty box and give them a tick manually. And you can see at the bottom couple of rows there, the teacher has done that and they get a little blue tick with the red outline on there. Now, when you're putting together your Moodle course, you've got some options, right? You can put things into folders, and folders are super handy. Let's say that you've got a whole bunch of files that you would like the learner to download easily. Folders do that quite nicely, but it can get out of hand pretty quickly, and it can be more difficult to organise a sequence of activities and content just with folders. And of course, sections are really handy for that. But again, think about how you're naming your sections so that the learner knows where to go. And are you going to use restrict access to control how and when they can get there? And how are you going to organise the bits and pieces within the sections? So for instance, you could use groupings. So on the sections that we looked at before, you might want to set it up so that they can see what's coming, but they can't get in there yet. Now, a very simple way of doing that is to use a grouping restriction. And the advantage of doing this is you can set up on your section your restrict access requirements once. And then when you're ready for your learners to get into that section, you just add your group into that grouping and they're in. So it's quick and it's easy and you set it up once. Now, we've been talking about ticks. Course completion is a great way to actually help your learner to focus in on what they must do. So often a Moodle course will have a combination of thou must do this, and then there's other things that can help them along the way. If you set your course completion requirements on the dashboard and throughout the Moodle course, it can make it quite obvious to the learner where they're at. And it helps you as the teacher to hone in on the things you really care about. So in my Moodle courses, I set up, okay, you need to do the assessment tasks, and there might be some other declarations you need to do, and there's also a pass grade that you need to achieve as well. And by doing that, you end up with this course completion report, which is a lot cleaner than what we were looking at on the activity completion report. Remember, each of these reports you can also export as a spreadsheet, because everyone loves a good spreadsheet. Print it out and stick it up on your fridge if you want. Overrides, super handy. So if you're like me and you often use things like quizzes and assignments for assessment tasks, then, okay, let's think about that one little cherub again. You know, the one student in your group. You've put your heart and soul into making a quiz, you've put it in there, and day one they've jumped in and they've done the quiz. They've chewed up one of their attempts and they weren't even ready. So you can use a group override to very quickly and easily specify when they can do the quiz. You can either hide things away, or obviously you can let them see that it's there. And remember, when you put dates into Moodle, you help Moodle to notify students and control their timeline and have upcoming events so that learners can track what you're asking of them. And you can also have individual user overrides as well, which is really handy again for that special student. Now, overrides can also be used with assignments. One tip here, a very quick and easy way to outsmart yourself is the cutoff date. Now, the difference between due date and cutoff date is cutoff date. After that, they can't upload. And you might want to achieve that, that's fine. But again, when that one little special cherub comes along, you might have outsmarted yourself because they can't upload. So you might need to think about how you're going to manage things like grant extension. The grader report. Now, this is the holy grail of this is what you must do to pass, right? This is the one true source, and it controls what the user is going to see on their report. So a couple of tips here, use categories. So in this grader report, I always have an activity category. These are the things that are nice, that are going to help you along. And then there's the assessment category. You must do these things to pass. Now, in the activities section there, we've actually got a couple of activities that the learner will submit, but they don't get graded. They might be getting a bit of feedback, but it's not a formal grade. So a bit of a tip is to actually hide it in the grader report so that for the end user, they're not then chasing an elusive grade that's never going to come. In the assessment section, you can see there that we've got a combination of quiz and assignment. And so for our learners, they have to get a satisfactory. And so I use a calculation in the category total to give them a meaningful outcome of satisfactory overall. And then at the course total, I actually tell it to use that calculation to grab that and again give them a competent. Now, another tip in the grader report is you might have missed the turn editing on button. So let's say you've set up a quiz, it's got 30 odd questions in it, and our one poor special student, they've got, say, 3 or 4 of those questions wrong. And they've had a few attempts, and so you've had a chat with them. And they do actually get it, but they're just misreading the questions. And so you've got a couple of options. You could go into each question and manually override that, or you might decide to come into here in the grader report and actually give them 100% because they get it and you want to award them the score for that. And you can pop a little bit of feedback or comment as to why you did that. One tip though with that grader report, I wouldn't do your general grading in there. Do that in your quizzes and assignments so that all of your notifications and attempts get managed as you expect. Now, we've been talking a lot about consistency, but it's really important that you also have variety. Now, the balance here, though, is not just variety for the sake of it. So you, again, apparently need to think about the learner. And so what you want to consider is, what is it that I want them to do? Do I want to grade what they're doing? Do I want them to see what each other have done? Is it going to be self-marking? And so in your sections and across your courses, you want to use a bit of variety of different types of activities, but maybe choose a bit of a suite that you're going to use with those students to best suit their needs. Because if you try and do every single type of activity in there, it just becomes overwhelming and doesn't actually add to your Moodle course. Bit of a tip, if you haven't explored this before, in every text editor spot, there is the camera icon. And that allows you to provide up to 2 minutes of video directly into your post. So that could be in your announcements forum, a general forum, or in this case into some feedback for an assignment. Now, if you haven't done your hair that day, the icon to the left of that is the microphone. And that allows you to provide 2 minutes of audio for your learners. Remember that in perhaps a forum, you could even encourage students to use this tool as well. And speaking about our learners, particularly in these times where they might be feeling a bit isolated, so they may be missing some of the collaboration or the camaraderie they'd usually experience, you can easily create showcases in your Moodle courses. So let's say that you've got them working on some projects. You can get them to take some photos and upload them to show how they're going and allow other learners to then comment on that progress. Or it might be just a simple forum where they're uploading a document they've been working on or a short reflection piece that they're then talking about what they've been experiencing. It's a great way to allow your learners to collaborate rather than just relying upon input from you all the time. Now, the assignment tool in Moodle is super powerful and really, really handy. And remember, it does have the online text option. But sometimes you might have a question that's multifaceted. Maybe it's a question where you've got multiple questions that you would like the learner to answer. There's another plugin called Questionnaire, which you can use to do a couple of things. So you might, in this case, we've got a little mini case study. And so the learners can answer a number of different questions. And you've even got the option of setting it that they can then see what each other wrote after they've submitted the questionnaire. The only thing I would bear in mind is that Questionnaire is not a core Moodle tool, so I don't tend to use it for formal assessment tasks. I tend to only use it for activities. Now, video. Most Moodle courses have video, and there's lots of ways that you can handle it. Let's say you've just got a single video. Obviously, you can just whack that into a page in Moodle, and that's a good way of just going, okay, got a tick for going in there and viewing the video. Let's say you've got a collection of videos, like here there's a session and there's 3 videos that the students are going to watch. A book is a great way of providing that collection. If you're after a search function for this, you might consider using a glossary. Now, of course, videos can also be used in activities. So, for instance, here on the left, we have a questionnaire tool where there's a video and then a series of questions that either only you as the teacher can see their answer, or it might be that they can then share their answers with other users afterwards. And on the right, good old H5P. So there's some self-marking questions that they then follow up with. And of course, speaking of H5P, we have the interactive video. Very cool tool, pretty simple to set up. I thoroughly encourage you to explore it. So on the left here, we've got a self-marking question, and there's a whole range of different question types you can use. My one tip for that would be, by default, questions are put in as buttons. Sometimes users miss that. So you might want to change that to poster, like you're seeing on the screen, where it's very obvious the question just pops up. And the other tip there is to set the summary screen, because if you don't, their score isn't going to be contributed. But the cool thing about the summary slide is that you can put it at any point you like throughout the video. So you don't have to actually use the whole video for your series of questions. And on the right here, now you might have vague recollections of when you were in the classroom, maybe. I think it was sometime this year, and where you would pause a video and you would make some comments. Well, that's what you can do here just by putting some text into an interactive video. So it's a pretty cool tool and nice and easy to use. The Q&A forum we were talking about before. So let's think about if you've got different sections that you're dealing with or different sessions. It's a great tool that you can put in a little mini challenge. The cool thing about a Q&A forum is you can post something in there, and the learners, they can't see the answers from the other learners until they post their reply. So a little bit of stopping of them cheating. Live chat, you probably have Zoomed them, WebEx them, and Skype them and everything else to them. The live chat is a nice low bandwidth tool. So you can either just whack a live chat into one of your sections and allow students to chat to each other, or you can set it that you might be online every Tuesday afternoon at 2 o'clock where you'll be answering questions. So check it out. It's a nice, easy to use tool. And if you're into the assignment tool, don't forget the good old rubric. It actually is pretty quick and easy to set up. So rather than sitting there ticking things off and then scanning and uploading or duplicating by then uploading your Word document, it's a nice, easy thing to set up. The one tip that I've learned by doing this one is actually to set up edit letter so that, for instance here, our learners have to get a satisfactory, and I set it so that until they get 100% or each box is satisfactory, they don't get a satisfactory overall. And I tell the grader report to display a letter that will actually come up as satisfactory. Okay, how are we doing? Do we need a vodka? I think I do. All right, I'm ready. Let's keep going. What could possibly go wrong? Okay, the choice tool. Very cool tool, lots of things you can do with it. So here it's being used to select groups. So it's a core tool. So in this particular case, the teacher wanted the students to divide them up into groups to work on some projects. So you can very easily say, here are the groups, there's 4 students in each group. You can even set it that the students can see who's already picked the group so that they can avoid that one pesky student that we've been picking on all night. But you can also use the choice tool for things like declarations. So it can be a really non-sexy one like the one we're seeing here, or it could be for things they're doing offline and coming back and saying that they did it. Or there was a cool quiz out on a different website. They go off and do that and come back and maybe tell you the score they achieved or the outcome that they got. And again, you can have them actually see what each other achieved, or you can keep things anonymous. And another cool way of using the choice tool, particularly at the moment, is to have it so that students can book time with you, or maybe they can book time to come into, say, a practical session where you need to restrict how many are coming at once. And then the good old quiz. Love a good quiz. A couple of things I always do in a quiz, just a few short instructions for the learner so they're really clear on the expectations. Our quizzes are set that you need to get 100% to pass, so I remind them of that in the overall feedback. And when it comes to the actual questions themselves, there's a number of settings that we're going to look at. And remember, that we can use things like group overrides, and we can set that they need to get a particular grade to pass. And as I was talking about before, multiple choice questions, for instance. A couple of tips from me. I remove the numbering, so I don't have A, B, C, D. I keep the focus on the answers. Because our learners are going to get 100% to pass, I remove the penalty for having more than one go. And if you do have, so on the right-hand side here, if you have, say, a quiz question that has 4 possible answers, you're looking for 2 correct answers, I'll specify that the 2 incorrect ones get a penalty of 25% each, and that just stops learners from going tick, 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 tick to try and get their 100%. Give them an incentive to actually figure it out. Remember to use the lesson tool, really cool tool. Couple of things there to think of. You can actually turn off that menu that you're seeing there and treat it like a real scenario or a game. You can have a great blend of content and activities within this one, and it has a nice little progress bar. So revisit it if you haven't looked at it for a while. If you're doing a lesson tool, the one tip I would give you in the back end of things is have meaningful names for each of the pages. 2 reasons for that. Number one, those titles come up in the lesson menu. And secondly, when you're trying to link, if you don't have meaningful names, you're going to outsmart yourself again. You'll be there forever. Some of the other tools that you might want to leverage, H5P, so the column tool, totally recommend that. Nice little sequence of activities and content that you can have, great for scrolling on smaller screens. You can include video, self-marking questions. Check out the essay question type. It's super handy. You can put in flashcards and different questions and content. It's really worth playing with the H5P column. We'll skip that one because it's just got more questions on it. The course presentation tool. So if you're still stuck in the world of SCORM, you poor thing, I feel for you. Jump into H5P, get stuck into either column or course presentation, because both of those tools allow you to leverage a whole range of H5P activities and content types and put them together however works best for you. Really powerful and a rapid authoring tool. The essay question type in H5P, let's say you've got an activity sheet where you'd usually hand it out in class and get students to write some answers. There's probably some model answers you're looking for or some keywords. You can set that up using the essay question type, and you can have a series of them, and then Moodle will mark things for you. So it's definitely worth having a look at. Drag and drop. Who doesn't love a good drag and drop? My 2 tips here. Think about the size of your images. Now, it's not just physical size, but that's how many kilobytes they're going to be. So think about compressing them. And don't have too many options for them to drag and drop, because it can become overwhelming, particularly as a screen size gets smaller. Also with drag and drop, you can set it up so that more than one item can go into more than one spot. But always test things out for yourself first, because when you do that, that item, so if I had all of these, could live in multiple bins, every time I drag it, it still sits down the bottom. And then I can't remember which ones I've actually done. So always think it through and test it out before you give it to your poor students. Well, as long as you like them, that is. Hotspots, also worth checking out. Another interactive tool. You can specify multiple places that you want them to click on. So for instance, down on the bottom left, nursing, looking at where can you or should you stab someone effectively with a needle, and the learner needs to click on that, and you can have feedback and tell them how many spots they're looking for, etc. It's a really cool tool. Can be used for content as well. So here it's used in the column tool. Clicking on things, information pops up, series of questions appears after that, and quick and simple to create. Good old flashcards, couple of different types. Do I just flick the card and see the potential answers? Removes the issue of them typing the wrong things, spelling it wrong, or down the bottom there, you maybe do want the terminology to be right, and you do want them to type in just that one correct answer and then check the answer. It's a great alternative to doing lots of quizzes. Now, this is my final thought for tonight. It is super important at this time during the zombie apocalypse. So I hope you're going to have a terrific Moodle Moot and happy Moodling. And this is how you can get hold of me. Thank you. Okay, so Rowan has gone to the bar, so I'm going to have a look to see if there's any questions. Let's have a look. I'm just looking in the chat here to see if there's any questions. Here he is. Rowan's coming back. He's brought his bourbon with him. There he is.
Oh, fantastic stuff, Michelle. We could listen to you talk for hours and hours if only we had more time. Yeah, we do have a couple of questions in the forum. We'll just get to one because we've got Michael coming up very, very soon. This one's from Matthew Taylor, and he was wondering how you gather your learners' feedback on their experience of your courses. How do you find out what works and what doesn't work?
So probably a couple of levels with that. I mean, obviously you've got a good old Moodle feedback survey tool that you can pop in there, and that depends on your organisation. The one downside probably of the feedback survey is if you've got multiple Moodle courses, it's hard to aggregate that. So the organisation I work with use a separate tool called Loop to get that sort of feedback. But I actually find the teachers themselves are a great source of that overview of how the learners are dealing with the Moodle courses and any frustrations that they're actually observing either online or in the face-to-face sessions.
Fantastic. Look, thanks again, Michelle. We encourage you to jump onto the forum there and answer some of those questions and contribute. Michelle's contact details are on screen. Get in contact with Michelle. She's a fountain of knowledge. Fantastic stuff. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back with Michael from TNG Consulting very soon. Thanks, Michelle.
No worries. Thanks, everyone.
are now muted.
Welcome back to the Technology Room. Today, this afternoon, evening, morning, depending where you are in the world, Michael from TNG Consulting to talk about multi-language Moodle. We encourage you to put your questions into the forum early, and if we can have time, we'll get.
Hi, I'm Michael Millett, and I'm coming to you from Canada, in Ottawa, the capital of Canada. And today I would like to talk to you about how to implement a multi-language Moodle site. Now, when I talk about a multi-language Moodle site, I mean a completely multilingual Moodle site. You can switch the user interface, and your courses will change. So everything will change. So we're going to be covering different aspects. For example, we'll be covering how to install the language packs, how to install some essential plugins, how to do some configuration. So the full package, and hopefully we will get through that in the next 25 minutes, and we may have a little special guest towards the end. So to start off, when you're installing a multilingual Moodle site, the first thing you'll need to do is install the language packs. So in this Moodle site here, this is a plain vanilla Moodle 3.9 site. I just installed it like 20 minutes ago. So bear with me if it doesn't quite work out as well as I would have liked. However, so we go to site administration, and right on the first site administration tab, there's language packs. By the way, this is a live demonstration. There's no PDFs or anything. Everything's going to be on this sample site. So as you can see, I've already installed some language packs, but normally, and I did that just purely in the interest of time. But normally you would go down the list, and it's quite an extensive list that Moodle supports of languages. So you just have to find the languages that you want to have your Moodle site support, select them, and at the bottom over here, click Install Selected Language Packs. And you wait a little bit, and before you know it, they will appear on the left side here. And that's pretty much it. Once those are installed, you'll notice at the top, there's a new drop-down menu where you can select the languages. Now, some of the languages, such as French, have sub-languages or dialects. For example, since I'm in Canada, I have a French language pack for Canada, and this overrides the full French. So it doesn't have all of the strings in it. It overlays. But in our language menu, we may not want to have all three show up. So the next step will be to do a little bit of a configuration. And we can do that by going back to site administration. And we wait for site administration to show up. And scroll back down to language and go into language settings. And when I'm telling you I'm going to show you everything, I'm showing you everything today. Now, there's different ways that Moodle can handle languages, and one of them is to automatically detect the language of the user's web browser. That's really convenient because Moodle doesn't really have a splash page where you can pick the language for your website. So if the language of the web browser is one of the languages that you have installed on your Moodle site, Moodle will automatically come up in that language. If it's not, for example, if you are using an Italian web browser and all the Moodle site is supporting is English and French, then the default language comes into play. So here, as you can see, we got all our languages, and by default, I have English. Next down, we have displayed language menu. So you can turn this language menu on and off. Of course, if you've got languages, why not give the people the choice? However, as I mentioned before, we may not want to have all three, the English, the French, and the French Canadian dialect. So in this field here, languages on language menu, I would enter the language codes, which are the EN, the FR_CA, and FR. Those are the language codes. And we would enter the ones that we want to have appear in the menu here. So I will put EN, FR_CA, and we'll just double check that to make sure that's correct. FR_CA, that's correct. And then once we save this, only the two languages that we chose here will appear. The rest of the settings are pretty much, you can just leave them as default. We save. And before you know it, and a few seconds after that, we will have English and English French Canadian only, and that's how you limit the number of languages in the in your language drop-down menu. So next, now Moodle supports multiple languages, as you can see. However, it doesn't support it everywhere. There's still parts of Moodle plugins that aren't translated and things like that, that could still be, that you might want to need to translate. And to do that, you would go into Site Administration. Again, scroll back down to Language. Now we've done language packs and we've done language settings. The next one is language customization. And this is a place where you can go and you can choose the language that you want to edit. And you can pretty much edit almost anything in Moodle. Any text that appears anywhere in Moodle is customizable. You need to be careful though, because you might change it expecting it to change in just one place, and it will actually change in many places. But once you've got that done, you can, for example, you might want to change student to learner. This is where you would do it. Right now, we're loading up the English language pack. And once we have that, we will be able to choose where the part of Moodle where we want to, or the language string in Moodle where we want to change. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 100%. Just wait a few more seconds. Live demos never go quite as quickly as you hope, you know. Now, this is how you would modify the language of your installation of Moodle. However, what I would recommend is that you actually go to the Moodle homepage and click up here where it says translation. That will take you to the Moodle translator, which actually looks pretty much the same as the translator in Moodle, which is still loading, but I can show you what it'll look like. What will happen is that you will have the opportunity to choose the language, the component that you want to edit. So for example, I'm the author of a plugin called Filter Codes, and here it's telling me that there's 9 missing strings. On the left side, you'll have the English string, and on the other side, you'll have the French string, and then you can go and make changes to it. If it's something that you want to contribute back to Moodle, you would definitely want to go to this Amos translator and enter your strings there. The folks who take care of integrating these strings into Moodle are pretty efficient. You submit your strings, and very often, at least with the French, my experience with the French language pack has been that within a few days, the language pack is updated, and then you can just go back into Moodle, update your language packs in one of the screens that we've already seen. It was actually where you installed the language packs, and your strings will be included, and the benefit is that everybody else in the world will also be able to benefit from the work that you've done. It's a very easy contribution to do, and I highly recommend it. So let's go back over here. Here we finally got our continue button. Go in there, and as promised, I've increased the magnification here. However, it's pretty much the same. We've already chosen our language, so here's the components. You have all of the core Moodle components, and then you have all of the third-party plugins after that. And it works pretty much the same as the Amos translator. Once you're done, you go to the bottom, like go to stage, and you just keep going through the process. I'm not going to do it now because I haven't made any changes, but you just go through the process. And if you're doing it in Moodle, you'll see the change right away. If you do it in the Amos translator, the language will be updated in a few days, and then you'll be able to pull it back down to your Moodle site. Now, how do you figure out which strings come from where? So if you go back into site administration, go to development tab, and then go to debugging. And we scroll down a little bit, and there's an option called show origin of language strings. So we turn that on, save. Now what's going to happen is that when we add a parameter called strings equals 1, we will now be able to see where each string in Moodle is coming from. And I can do it right here on the debugging page. So we see that we've already got a question mark, so we'll use an ampersand as for the parameter, and strings equals 1, press enter, and we can now see where everything's coming from. So for example, this where it says calendar here, that actually comes from the string called calendar in the plugin called calendar. That might be actually a little bit confusing example here. We have a string, so none, : do not show any errors or warnings. That is a string called debug none, and that comes from the plugin called admin. I'm sure by now you're starting to get the idea that there's a lot of plugins in Moodle. In fact, Moodle is made up of mostly plugins. It starts up with over 400 plugins, which is normal for Moodle. It's not like we have to get it down to 50 or something like that. This is perfectly normal in Moodle. The string admin bookmarks is a string called plugin name, and it comes from the plugin called block. Now, when I'm talking about the names of the strings, that's what you're going to see over here. It's a little bit hard to see. Let's see if we can make this bigger. So over here, we've chosen the plugin, the component, which is the first, the second parameter in this squiggle here. And if we go down a little bit, you'll see content missing. That would be the label of the string, and that's how you figure out what strings you want to edit. So now that we figured out how to customize our language, and you may find that some languages don't even have strings, and please, by all means, contribute your language strings to Amos so that the world can benefit from your efforts as well. So now, to get rid of all those strings, just click on any link and you'll be back to normal. Next, we're going to see how to, actually, before we get into the course, let's see how much time do we have. We've still got about 10 minutes. Okay, so we're going to go to site administration again. And we're going to, I'm just going to show you an example here of, we're going to talk about essential plugins. Let's talk about that first. So Moodle out of the box is just the language that you want. You can change the user interface, but it doesn't change anything else other than the strings that are part of Moodle or part of the plugins if they've been configured for your language. To be able to create content in Moodle that is multilingual, you're going to need some extra plugins. Now, Moodle has a plugin called Multi-Language Content Filter. However, I don't recommend it, mostly because it requires your content creators to know HTML. And I have something better, or that I think is better anyways. If there's a plugin called Multi-Language Content V2. It's not made by Moodle, it's a third-party plugin. However, it makes it super simple to create multi-language content. All you do is, you don't have to go into HTML or anything. Right in the way you enter text, just surround the text. Let's make this a little bit bigger here. Surround the text with these mlang tags. So, for example, if I wanted to create text that was going to be in English, I'd put mlang, well, squiggle, mlang or brace, mlang fr for French. Then I'd put contenu en langue fr, or content in language fr, and then close my mlang tag. Just by repeating the same tag that I started with, but without the language letters. And what this is going to do is that when you are on the, if you're looking at Moodle in English, your content will appear in English. If you're looking at Moodle in French, your content will appear in French. Of course, you have to enter the content in both languages. However, it's really super simple to be able to see where your French and English content starts and ends. So I've installed that plugin on our Moodle Moot global demo site here. But because it's a filter, unlike most plugins, you actually have to go in and enable the filters. So we go into Manage Filters here. That was in site administration, by the way. I'm just going to reduce the size of this a little bit here. And we go down to, I've already installed it, but I didn't enable it. So now I have to enable it. So we turn this on. Wait a few seconds for the page to reload. Now we go back to the same plugin. And on this side here, we have to set it to content and heading because we're going to have multilingual content everywhere in Moodle. The next thing we need to do is to move this up towards the top so that the content gets translated into the correct language or displayed in the correct language. Where did it go? Oh, I lost it here. So for our demonstration here today, we don't actually need to get it all the way to the top, but if you were doing this on your site, you would do that. So next, we're going to go back to, we're going to change the name of our website. So we get into site administration. Where's front page? Front page settings. And the mlang tags that we just saw, that's what we're going to use here. So we're going to put mlang en Moodle Global Online, and then close it. And then open another one, mlang fr Moodle Moot fr, just for simplicity. I know it's not the proper translation, but and then close it with a closing mlang. And then we're going to do the same thing with the short. Sorry about that, got muted for some reason. So we have en mlang fr Moodle Moot fr, and close the mlang tag, and then we just save that. So now if we go and take a look at our site, it still says Moodle Moot Global up here, but if we change it to French,
You are now unmuted.
we can see the, yes. Okay, so I'll speed this along because we've only got 2 minutes left. So as you can see, it changed the language, and you can do this everywhere. You can do it in your courses, in your content, almost everywhere. There's a couple of places that you can't do this, and for that, for example, the URL is a single language. If you upload a file would only be a single language, and for those, you would use this other plugin called Restriction by Language. Restriction by Language allows you to display certain activities only if the language of Moodle matches the user interface. So that's another one, and you would configure that in the settings for your activity. So I'm not sure how much more I'm going to be able to fit in today, but that's really the important stuff that you really need to know if you're going to set up a multilingual Moodle site. So I don't know if we have any time for questions.
You are now unmuted.
No questions? Okay. Right. So if anybody has any questions, you can look in the forums. I will be checking the forum periodically and answering any questions. I will just give you the links to the plugins. Sorry. Where's here we are. So here are the links for the plugins that we've talked about today. I'm Michael Millett, and please, if you see me around the conference, feel free to say hi. I love helping people, and enjoy your conference.
Thanks, Michael. Some great tips there. Yeah, please look up Michael from the details there. I have seen Michael in the cafe. He's there quite frequently, so we can see you there. Thank you very much today, and we'll take a short break, and we'll be back very soon.
Thank you very much.
Open education technology like Moodle means that schools...
The pandemic has forced online learning into the spotlight. At its peak, there were 1.6 billion learners affected.
Users of the Moodle platform almost doubled during this time.
Many educators who were new to education jumped into video conferencing, but they're now realising they need solutions to manage the full learning process.
The Moodle community has been doing this for 20 years already.
2/3 of the world's universities use Moodle, as well as countless schools and businesses.
Even better, we do it with open education technology.
Open education technology like Moodle means that schools really can own their own platforms and customise them exactly to suit how they want to do things.
We can show the world what we know and really help empower educators to improve their education.
A Moodle Moot is a chance for the community to come together, to share best practice, to discuss these issues and to work together to change and improve the world.
We are about empowering educators to improve our world. And so many of you are innovating on top of the Moodle platform. And I'm really excited to see all these presentations coming up today and tomorrow, because I'm going to see things I've never seen before built on Moodle, and I love that.
You think, okay, Moodle can't do this, but then you see people here doing it, and it's just like, oh wow, it can do that.
It's really invaluable. You can only get to know the product by coming and listening to the people who are at the cold face of using it.
I love the Moodle Moots. I've been coming now for about 7 years.
Welcome back to the technology room. Short break, that one, and trying to catch up our schedule, only a couple of minutes just behind. We welcome now the United Nations Systems Staff College, and we've got Hugo and Sophia joining us today to talk about the blue line. So really interested to hear about this. Again, if people have questions and comments, please put them in the forum. If we have time, we'll get to the questions at the end. Otherwise, we'll respond after the presentation. Thanks, guys. I'll let you kick off. Thanks very much.
Thanks a lot, Ron, and thanks everyone for joining the sessions. As you can see, what we would like to show you today, it's in essence, it's a case study about the Moodle Workplace. And let me first of all start by saying that in this process, we've really enjoyed excellent cooperations with the premium Moodle partner, Synergy Learning, that has done the customizations of the Moodle Workplace platform per se. What we're going to do today with Sophia, tell you, I mean, the concept where we come from in terms of our requests and needs in designing a platform that would allow personalizations and leverage self-directed learning, and what is done so far with the platform in the directions of enabling participants to create their own learning path in Moodle Workplace. But first of all, a quick overview of who we are. But you can see I'm pretty obvious about myself and Sophia. But just to let you know more about the Staff College. The Staff College is the learning organizations of the United Nations. We work at the interagency level. Basically, we are the only one who work with all the different agencies in the system, both at headquarters as well as in the field. We are headquarters in Torino, Italy, and where I'm currently connected. And we also have a knowledge center for sustainable development in Bonn, Germany. And we work around macro area like leadership and management, sustainable development, change management, and peace and security. Now, moving forward with the concept and features of the Blue Line. The Blue Line, first of all, is a platform open for to UN staff, all UN staff, independently from where they're connected in agency and work. It is a platform that is really designed for personalized and self-directed learning. By the time we actually went into the design phase, what we wanted is that leverage the idea of enabling colleagues to really see self-directed learning as an added value. So continuing improving, and with the idea of creating a personal learning path that can be shaped in around the emerging needs that they have all along their work in the system. It is designed in terms of with the idea of modules, so that are per se in the platform is identified as Moodle courses. And we have designed an initial assessment because the part of sense making on being aware of what are the need for everyone coming into the platform is a big part in self-directed learning. And what we're also doing is we do design most of the model, but we also provide an avenue for other agencies to work with us in the creations of their own modules. So meaning while we do a detailed analysis of emerging concern with our participants that are coming in the courses, we also work with subject matter experts in different agents of the system. And let them do the possibility to work with us in the creation of a model and take advantage of the platform. We shape it as a multimodal learning. You will see later on presentation that the courses per se offer combinations of videos, multimodal forum, personal learning journal, as well as specific knowledge check, wikis, and so on and so forth. Now, how it is structured overall, the platform, we do have, let's say, generally speaking, three main products. So models that we do create, as of now, focus on leadership, management, and innovations. Sections of what we call toolbox. We do, as you can imagine, in the United Nations, quite a number of interesting and very relevant case studies that can range from dynamics at the country level, from HQ at the regional level, from those also serving in the peacekeeping and other peace operations missions. And what we do, we work with specific colleagues in the system in the productions of tools, really bite-sized learning content that colleagues can use, and are actually presented in a way or linked to a forum discussions as well as to a downloadable tools, in which colleagues can really share their concern, shape collectively to the discussions, what are the emerging trends on a specific topic, and then be able to freely download and use their own toolkit in their own context. The Open UN, and just to give you a background, we launched the platform in essence, a little bit more than 2 months ago. The response has been great. And when we arrived there with a set of already prepared, pre-designed model, because of the work we've done in the preparatory phase, we are now seeing an emerging of attentions on the topic of Open UN. As I was mentioning before, agencies that want to take advantage of the platform and our specific expertise in terms of instructional design, to join forces and continue producing new models that can really, let's say, help colleagues in the continuous and self-directed learning process. In terms of, let's say, allow me to say, and what we want to create is as UN staff, colleagues that see self-directed learning as a commitment as well as an added value because of personal and professional development. And in doing so, we not only work on the specific event, but also work on the motivations communication pieces that comes through the platform, and that's why the Moodle Workplace and its dynamic rules is helping us a lot in terms of how we can automate the specific notifications or a specific behavior in the platform. And in this design process, what we also focus is a lot of accessibility and flexibility. As you can imagine, we not only have a very organic and very distributed organizations, but we also need to take into considerations the needs, different needs coming from HQ to country level, in which, as you can imagine, there is the technical as well as context needs are quite diverse. We do work in terms of designing concrete case studies or materials that are truly applicable for the UN context, but this type of elements are taken into considerations. The moment we want colleagues to be the learner who continuously wants to add and enlarge and make this learning path in Moodle Workplace quite, let's say, growing. In terms of the learning experience, as I was mentioning, it is a learning experience that is personalized. As you will see later in the presentations, we do work with tagging and learning paths that allow colleagues to create a specific learning path. If they have no idea about how to start the process, we have designed an assessment. They can guide a specific and can give insights to what are the micro area in which they should focus. Modules per se is technically speaking, like Moodle courses, are divided into macro area. For instance, on the topic of management, we work on 4 macro area like people management, visions, resource management, and financial management. And colleagues can really pick and choose and continue adding the personal learning path the moment we release new content. The idea about relevance is I mean, pretty straightforward for those working in learning. So I mean, we want content that is relevant for them, that in terms of context, and then can easily transfer in terms of key takeaways and application. The real life and work experience is something that it is part and parcel of the way we do design. Meaning, as you can imagine, part of our work, I mean, myself, Sophia, and also a few other colleagues at the staff college goes into the evaluations and continuing update or specific context and example. This with the idea to really make the content up to date, and also take advantage of the evaluations and reporting system of Moodle Workplace to see what are the emerging trends. We also have established an analytics in the platform to give insights about patterns, study time, as well as consumption of content. That in essence, as I said, now the platform is 2 months old, but if we see in the medium to long term, we're allowed to really see how users, a learner in the platform is design his or her own learning path. The last aspect I want to mention is the collective constructions of meaning and the learning experience. A few slides before, I was saying that we really leverage multimodal learning typologies. The platform runs per se is a self-paced, but we are creating a set of instances in which colleagues coincide, specific sharing activities to a discussion forum or wikis, that allow us to really see what are the level of discussions and exchange coming from this organization. So it is the first time we are doing this initiative in the system. So in essence, taking the learner outside of his or her own specific agencies in creating this interagency learning environment in which colleagues, perhaps working either in different parts of the world and different organizations with different mandate, can really discuss and learn from each other. Quick overview. We are quickly going to 5,000 participants. We have now UNFPA and the UN Secretariat that came out and decided to use the Blue Line as a corporate learning environment. So we'll see a steady increase in terms of user in the next months. But just to give you a quick view, I mean, participants are coming from more than 50 UN agencies and are working and deployed in around 145 countries. And the response has been great even in countries in which normally we hadn't had the possibility to go deep into a training of specific elements, both because our approach before was not so focused on self-directed learning. So colleagues in remote area locations, they really share so they're really happy about the possibility to, given the constraints and the time tough scenario in which they have to work, to really structure the personal learning process the way they want. Now, I'm gonna hand over to Sophia, who's going to tell you more about the let's say the functionality of the platform and the backend and how the self-directed and personalization works. Thank you.
Thanks, Hugo. So how did we reach this point? Apart from the content aspect, of course, the technical part has been very important, and we have put a lot of attention into it. So first of all, as Hugo has already mentioned, we went for Moodle Workplace, and that because of its very nice functionalities around the dynamic rules, the report builder, and so on. We cooperated with Synergy Learning to create a dedicated Moodle Workplace theme that is that has a very nice, let's say, UN look and feel, and creates this very nice learning experience for participants that they submerge in a UN environment. Together with that, we tried to work around a clustering, a particular type of clustering of courses, and for that we used the tags. And what happens with the tags is that we created a custom course field, and we created specific courses that are subscription courses, and to these courses we attach a certain amount of other courses. And in this way, we have managed to create in one platform 5 and more certificates, and we allow people to be able to gain 1, 2, or even all 5 certificates in the same place. And at the same time, we also allow them through a specialized block to kind of filter the courses according to thematic areas and according to the certificates that we offer in the platform. In connection to that, we have created a custom dashboard, which was the most important thing actually we wanted to do. Participants, first of all, they see the learning plan block, which is where they are able to create their learning plan. This happens by filtering the courses, as you saw before, and by checking on the courses that they want. They're also able to bookmark and shortcut, let's say, their favorite activities and their favorite resources in the dashboard. They're also able to see all the certificates that they gain in this particular subscription or in the whole platform. And they're also able to see the badges. This really helps them to track progress throughout the program. And this is especially helpful for participants that are taking the extended version of our programs. In addition, as Hugo mentioned before, we went for Moodle Workplace because of the report builder. And the report builder, what actually does is that we are able to create certain types of reports, especially around completion. And we are able to schedule those. We typically schedule those on a monthly or a bi-monthly basis, and sometimes we even share those with our colleagues to indicate completion around certain certificates. And apart from the learning analytics, we have also given a lot of attention to the dynamic rules. The dynamic rules, they help us trigger a certain amount of actions based on certain conditions. And to give you an example, let's say that we have participants that are enrolled in a particular course. Through the dynamic rules, we are able to send them directly the notifications of their orientation course, let's say, in their mailbox. In addition to that, we are able to send them a notification on how far they are from completing the course. And other types of notifications for a certain course, we're even able to issue them the certificate once they fully complete all the requirements of the course. Also, what we're able to do with the dynamic rules is once participants have completed one particular course, we directly enroll them to another one. So this saves time from us and also enhances their learning experience. Things are happening very fast and instantaneously. Lastly, what we have tried to do is we have, apart from personalization and relevance, we've really paid a lot of attention in retrieval. And for that, we have used the re-engagement plugin that is available and the certificate-based marking that is available for Moodle quizzes. And we actually challenge our participants once they're done with a particular course to actually do the quiz and identify how reliable the responses are. And this helps actually participants or increases the chances of them coming back to the course and seeing what they know and what they don't know. So apart from creating content for them and an experience that is personalized and relevant, we are trying to create an experience that is also available. And we really want participants to be able to go back and forth to the content of each course as they see fit. So apart from the technical part and the content part that we've already seen, we of course we have a vision for Blue Line. We've put a lot of our attention, as we said, and we really want to move forward with it. We have our three main visions, let's say, that we want to move forward with. And first of all, and as Ugo mentioned in the beginning, we have seen that we have been approached by other UN agencies and colleagues, and we would really like to co-create with them. We would like other UN organizations to contribute with own content in Blue Line. And this will also help Blue Line become bigger and the content to become more relevant to more people. We would also like to nurture the network that is already developing in Blue Line. As we said, we have more than 4,000 participants, and this is great. We would like to have more UN agencies coming in to be able to identify more learning needs throughout the UN system, to create more learning paths and to serve the UN system better. And lastly, we would like Blue Line to be constantly developing in terms of learning design and learning experience. We really want to emphasize on the value of self-directed learning, especially for people that are in the workplace and they're very busy. And we would really like to make sure that the instructional design also is up to date, also in the Moodle environment, but also outside the Moodle environment. And Ugo, please feel free to jump in to share more about our vision. I don't know how much time we have left, maybe 1 minute.
No, thanks, Sophie. When I saw the message from Alexandra, I think we have a few minutes left or so. Thanks a lot, and I'm really like to take this remaining time to address any questions you have about the Blue Line and the overall idea behind that.
Look, thanks, guys. That's really interesting. we don't have any questions in the forum just yet, but keep your eye on that. There'll probably be some comments and questions coming. You say 4,000 UN staff, 145 countries. That's enormous. And you say it's available to other UN agencies in other countries. How big might the blue line be?
Well, in essence, the nice part that is it is open to agencies and every UN staff. So usually, I mean, it's open to months, and we now have already 2 big agencies coming in that they will use it as a corporate learning tool. So we will see a steady increase in the next months. And we really hope to see it, let's say, growing, being the first really self-directed initiative throughout the system.
Great. And you mentioned there you chose Moodle Workplace mainly for the report builder. Is there other reasons why Moodle Workplace?
No, first of all, and exactly, but let me just and Sophia will tell you more about that. But as a bit of a background, we are using Moodle for now almost a decade, and when we saw Moodle Workplace and the new features, we really liked it, and the flexibility that the platform is offering, particularly because we were before we were building separate and parallel Moodle instances, and now with multi-tenancy option and all the rest, it is indeed an added value, and why we opted for that. And Sophia can tell you more about the design and the learning path navigations in the system.
Yes, for especially for the blue line, we really value the dynamic rules. Also, the programs function that we're able to link courses was very, very helpful. But we're not making full use of it in the blue line as we're using the custom course field. But in general, the dynamic rules has been a great great feature, and I would have advised everybody that has not tried the Moodle Workplace to really do that. Really enhances the learning experience.
Yeah, fantastic, and using one of our very highly skilled and long-term partner Synergy Learning there. So yeah, fantastic. Look, thanks again. I'll just reiterate sort of a comment that was in the forum. It's very inspiring, and really thanks for sharing. Well done, guys.
Thanks a lot for giving this opportunity, and to everyone for joining this session.
I just wanted to add one. I'm sorry if I'm taking your time. I just saw a question. Maybe it's for us if we catalog the learning materials with the repository. And yes, we do, and we back up all of the courses.
Great. Yeah, no problems. And yeah, you jump on the forums and give comments if you like. Thanks again. We'll take a short break and we'll be back in the technology room soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Hey, is it too challenging for you? Don't worry, we will work with you to make it easy.
Facing change in the workplace? Here we are. We empower your team with specific learning experiences.
My name is Brian. I'm from eThink, and we are one of the premier Moodle service providers in the United States. It's very good right now. We've seen an explosion of growth, both in, we'd like to say the corporate market is pro-ed, which is a combination of government, nonprofits and companies that use Moodle to address the needs of any of those. Moodle works very well because it is open source in all of those different need sets, because it's flexible and can be configured to meet the needs of any of those. Companies are concerned about retention, retaining employees. How do you nurture your employees to get them to stay in your organization, but also to become more productive? And there's a skill gap, I think we all know that. Moodle itself is being used to build internal e-learning ecosystems that are used to build culture for companies, nurture their employees, and make sure those employees are happy.
You are now muted.
Welcome back to the technology room. The next session, I'd like to welcome Antoni Bertran from Trizzy Punt, one of our Moodle partners based in Spain. He's going to talk about a McGraw-Hill case study. Thanks for joining us, Antoni, and we welcome questions and comments on the forums if you want to post those early. If we get time, we'll get to the questions at the end. Otherwise, we'll jump into the forums after the session. Thanks, Antoni.
Thank you, Ron. Hi, and welcome to the session. Today we will talk about a success case of McGraw-Hill, deploying a quick and large model on cloud. First of all, we'll talk about who we are. We are a company who was created 16 years ago, and we started through partners, and we started always feeling that open source can fit for us and goes better than other solutions. And for us, we're a small company, then start to begin to and hire more people. And right now we are 25 people working on IT, educators, facilitators, support, developers, several roles involving several open source solutions. And we are focused on Moodle. Also, we are Moodle partners since 2017. And here you can find some details to find me on Twitter, also on VMA. Okay, basically the agenda, we'll talk about the project scope, then we'll pass from the other sections. I will be addressing the part of tips we can give to you to go on cloud, quick deploy. Let's go to see it. The project scope. I can't say anything about McGraw-Hill. It's one of the largest publishers at the world. Everyone knows who they are. We are working in this project from McGraw-Hill Education, and they want to provide free access to the courses during the COVID, but still they access free to all the students in the secondary school to 12 to 17 years old. Basically, they allow self-registration for students and teachers. You only have to select your school, and then you have all the courses there. There is something very interesting and very scary for us. We have 2 weeks from approval to go to production, and also we have the Easter holidays these days. But this last Easter holidays was quite different than usually. We have to stay at home, and then we'll have the chance to work more. Then when one user access there, see something like that, see the courses that has been enrolled, and then access to the course. The courses are based on score, and basically it's one activity score with all the content of this course, okay? Then how we can make it quicker? Because as you can see right now, we have to load 155 courses. based on a score. We have to create all the platform. We have to deploy it. Then we are using Mosh. Probably you already know, but Mosh help us a lot to improve all the performance. This plugin was created by Tomet Murad and allowed to perform several actions using Shell. We create a script based on CSV to get all the courses and get all the files of the score, and then we can upload directly that number of 155, but if it could be 2,000 courses, for us will be the same, because we have a script that allows to process that, and using Mosh we can create that. Here you can find the list of all the commands. We don't enter right now here, but we can see a bit of them that were very interesting for us. Course creation, you only have to put Mosh, create course. As I said, we have a bash script that parses the CSV and gets the name of the course, gets also the path to the folder where we can find the file, the thief in this case. Then you create the course, select the category, the full name, the description, if the number is this, and your name. Then you have to add the activity. The first line is to add a typical activity and assign its empty activity, but in the second line, you can find how to add an activity and a SCORM activity. In this case, to the course 133, you have to specify the package file, and everything works. Also, it was very interesting for us because if you have to go drag and drop, oh, this is a large file, you can have some problems. Without with Mosh, we don't have any problem because we have all in the same server. You can also enroll users as a student or in other roles. We don't use it for this project because the users are auto-enrolled. You can audit some passwords, checking if the passwords are great or there are low level of security. Review one cache of one course if you have any problem with that course. Several administrator and manager options that it will be great to have it in count to deploy very quickly a project. Then we have to do an easy registration. To do that, we create a custom registration plugin and allow to auto-enroll depending on the level and autonomous community, and then have to select the school as well. To do that, we create a task with an admin tool, and automatically when the user creates an account, gets the information, and do the magic, and the user has their courses there. As I said, here on the left has the typical parameters. We only need an email. We don't want the name of the student in this case. We need the password. Also, if we are dealing with young people, we have to have the consent of the father. For that reason, we require the email of the parents. And here in other fields, we have the level that his or her are registering, and also the community autonomous they are registering. Then can select the course that they will, either the school that they belong. As you see here, it's only that. It's 6 parameters. The user receives an email. If the user is under 18, they have blocked their account till the parent doesn't accept it. Then this is another interesting part. It's about cloud automation of the process. How we do that? Because increase the productivity, automating things, avoid typical human errors, also avoid boring repetitive work, allows us to do a quick deployment using cloud, you will see later on. Then also allows us to create our templates, our recipes then we can share with other projects and improve them and focus on business value, because we take out all the boring and repetitive work that usually we have to work. And we have this rule: if we have to do something more than once, then try to automate it. Will be save a lot of time in the next time. Okay, regarding cloud and automation, we are using in this case Amazon Web Services. Why? Because they have a lot of managed services that allows us, like a small company, to have a very big number and very big users and servers, because we can forget a lot of typical process that technical or has to do. And our DevOps, it's very easy to deploy things. We have high availability and so many services that you can lose if you take a look at that. Then also we are using Terraform as a tool to orchestrate our infrastructure. Allows to have infrastructure as a code, and allows to provision. It's agnostic about the cloud. You can use Amazon, you can use Azure or other provider. Here you have the link also. And this is a typical schema of Amazon Web Services using Moodle. First of all, you have a load balancer. Then you have the instances in auto-scaling. And if you want to have high availability zones, you need to have at least 2 availability zones, in this case, A and B. Then we have the Moodle data on EFS. EFS is a elastic file system that is shared by all the instances, but we need to have a cache over that. We need to have a cache for the files and also for the sessions. And at the end, we have an instance of Aurora MySQL. Aurora is a version of Amazon Web Services that allows us very grow, increase, decrease, depending on the resources as well. And we have a second and a slave that allows us to have a higher ability again here on database part. Okay, then the part of Terraform. Here you can see it's like a code. You can have in, and you can declare variables. You can add modules. You can put the module of database, module of instances, module of VPCs. VPCs is the network part of Amazon Web Services. You can collaborate and share configurations. You can evolve these configurations. We have a template, we improving, then you can share with the other ones, or you can automate the provisioning. As I said, you can work with Amazon, you can work with Azure, or what do you want. Dry runs help us to test the environment before to go to production. Reduces the time to production, and you don't care about the number of servers to deploy. You only care about what do you need there. There is other solutions related with Terraform, but it's not Terraform. For instance, Terraform is an orchestration tool, like for CloudFormation from Amazon Web Services, but Chef, Ansible, Puppet, SaltStacks are more configuration management. For instance, you have to use Terraform to provision virtual machines and cloud services like databases and storages, when you're thinking like that. But if you want to customize that resources, for instance, install a typical version of PHP or change some parameters, customization, then you have to go to Chef, Ansible, Puppet. What we are doing here, in our case, we have our instance based on image of Amazon MEI that has all the configuration work with that, and it's this configuration, the configuration that we need to deploy this project, and also gets, at the launch of the application, gets the latest version of the code and deploy on that. But we don't need the part of, in this case, the configuration management. But if you want, you can mix them. You can have the Terraform, and also you can have Ansible, for instance. Then we can pass to conclusions. Currently, we have 20,000 students, more or less. We expected more, but as you know, sometimes if something is free, the people doesn't go there. But I think it's a good number. We confirm that it's an easy registration process for students and teachers. We don't have any issue regarding infrastructure or deployment. We ensure in 2 weeks we have that from the approval project to production, then was very quick to deployment. And then we can test, try, and deploy as many times what we want. We can use some tools that Terraform has, and then you can define some environments, and you can deploy one part only for QA, other for stage development, other for testing, and then you test everything what you want, and then you go to production, and in production you have a bigger instances, you have a more number of instances, etc. And then is the thing we have to keep in mind. Try to automate things because you will avoid some errors and boring tasks from the users. And because it's the best thing we have from infrastructure as code. It's very easy to perform any update because you can test it. You don't have any problems always having, but you can have these problems more managed for you, and you don't have deviation of the projects. And now it's time for any question. I don't know if there is any question on forum or.
Thanks, Antoni. I don't see any questions there just yet. Probably just a comment about someone perhaps reaching out and wanting to talk about how they shift their large single server instance to AWS or someone like AWS. So I'd suggest they get in touch with a Moodle partner, Trezzy Punt, or the many other Moodle partners around the world, depending where you're based, and have a chat about that, customizations, training, or whatever services are required. So no other questions just on the forum just yet, Antoni. Maybe just a quick announcement from myself, and we've just ticked over 1,300 registrations for this global moot, which is terrific. So there's plenty of people watching this at the moment, and there'll be plenty of people watching it online later on. So we thank everyone that's participating and sharing their presentations, including Antoni tonight, or this afternoon, or morning, depending on your time. There's lots on the go. We're about to take a break from the technology room for about an hour, but there's lots on the go in the German room, the education room. We've got Anna Krasser talking about the Moodle Educator Certification Program that's coming up very soon. And of course, the Ask Martin Dugiamas Anything session coming up at in about half an hour's time, and that's in the German room also. So Antoni, thank you very much for your presentation today. If you'd like to conclude with any remarks, and then we'll take a short break. Okay,
thank you very much for attending. If you have any question, you can find us in our booth. Okay, bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Facing change in the workplace? Here we are. We empower your team with specific learning experiences.
Moodle is the world's open-source learning platform. Used by schools, universities, and organizations across the globe, Moodle makes online learning easy. People who are using Moodle have many creative ideas for making the look, functionality, and usability of Moodle even better. The Moodle Users Association is the most effective way that people from all over the world can get their ideas into Moodle. In the association, members launch their ideas and help each other to build those ideas. Together, they contribute major new features to be built in Moodle Core. People pay a membership fee to join. There are 4 membership levels. The higher the membership fee, the more votes you have to choose the best ideas for Moodle. Moodle Users Association members put forward their ideas. Then they work together with other members to polish them until the idea is a full proposal, ready to submit to Moodle. Members vote for their favorite proposals, and the ones with the highest votes are delivered to Moodle for development. Each successful proposal that the Moodle Users Association members vote on is developed by Moodle HQ developers into a new feature, tested, and released into Moodle Core. Anyone in the world has it and can use it. A feature by the people, for the people, thanks to the efforts of the members of the Moodle Users Association. Moodle Users Association, coming together to design the next Moodle.
Day by day, digitalization helps simplify many of our tasks. But are these improvements adapted to the teaching and learning of math and science? Today's tools face many challenges. For example, writing a formula in your education apps may not be so easy for teachers and students, and creating exercises for STEM subjects that need equations as answers or different units of measurement can be almost impossible. With Wiris, you have the tools to digitalize the learning experience of STEM subjects and to transform the possibilities your educational platform can offer. Wiris boosts the digitalization of math and science teaching. Use MathType to create and edit equations. Both teachers and students can do it on any device. And it goes with your favorite applications, such as Word, Google Docs, Moodle, Canvas, and many more. With MathType, you'll have many features for easily editing and inserting equations. You and your students will also be able to customize the editing options and get professional quality results. Or even better, you'll be able to handwrite equations and see how MathType instantly recognizes them and displays them as typeset digital content, which you can go back and edit just as easily. Move your equations from theory to practice and evaluate your students' skills in an easy way. With Wiris Quizzes, you will create quizzes within your LMS. Wiris Quizzes understands the language of mathematics. This means your students will be able to answer your questions naturally, and our software will handle different equivalent answers. As an instructor, you will tailor feedback to each answer. You will show the student why they have answered wrong or which steps they should have followed. And speaking of adaptation,
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Technology Room. I hope you enjoy your break or Martin's presentation or your lunch. And now Teresa Sanchez is going to explain more about Wiris quizzes. And she's presenting a case from University of Oberta de Catalunya, sorry. That's 100% online university. And remember, there is a small delay between the Big Blue Button room and the YouTube. So if you can type the questions in the forum when you have them, and don't wait until the end. You can start.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Teresa Sancho, and I am a professor at the Universitat Oberta de Catalunya, the Open University. Group leader of LICA, a research group on learning analytics for education, higher education, where I am focusing on the use of learning analytics for the improvement of online education and learning, and more particularly in the evaluation and feedback processes related to mathematics subjects. Well, I'd like to share in this presentation my experience on teaching maths using Wiris quizzes. I will start by asking a question. The point is, which is the statement? Which is the statement about teaching maths in online environments? The point is that there are key context elements that determine this problem or define the constraints of this problem. So curriculum and mainly target. The point is to see which is the best way to offer mathematics to our students in order to achieve the learning objectives or the learning abilities. Well, first of all, I'd like to talk about the UOC context in engineering studies, where in all our degrees there are maths, linear algebra, calculus and numerical methods, statistics and stochastic processes. Engineering students often think that mathematics are very difficult, so the dropout rate is high and their academic results are poor. In fact, in online studies, this situation shows specific characteristics. Adults, mostly men, usually work and have family commitments, so their availability to study is very limited. And there are other aspects, that is traditional methodology. Traditional methodology and textual study materials generate specific differences. On the one hand, we have mathematics communication. In fact, in order to, when you want to interact with the teacher or other students, the point is that you have to write with mathematical notation, and this introduces a lot of problems. And there are another aspect which is key in the learning process, that is the assessment. So, which is the approach we use at the Open University to offer our maths. The idea is to explain, to make mix. The idea is to offer a planning where students have to do each per which. Yeah, the idea is to practice, and obviously to receive feedback. We designed a methodology focused on student activity, where we provide Wiris quizzes, which have the test, the answer or the correct answer, and feedback. Yeah. In addition, a set of resources are offered in different formats: web, PDF, videos, indeed simulations, and we offer the communication through the internet in the forum or by email when the communication is one-to-one. Yeah. I'd like to tell about some conclusions after 8 years applying this methodology. A methodology based on regular and intense activity with immediate feedback in this kind of subjects. Yeah, it's important to highlight that we have 1,700 students per term, more or less. Yeah, so there are a lot of students, and in different subjects, of course. Where the use of Wiris quizzes is different. It's not exactly in the same way, yeah, because each team design the activity, design the plan according with the learning objectives. Yeah. So in our experience, the engagement is better than in the past. A high level of continuous activity is linked, statistically linked, to a high level of student engagement. And probably the learning is more significant, yeah, in terms of results, academic results, yeah. And finally, the satisfaction level from the student's perspective is better too. So from our point of view, the use of Wiris quizzes is satisfactory in terms of students' perspective and in terms of academic results. Yeah, but the point is if we can personalize the learning process. So to do one more step, yeah, we have a good or appropriate methodology to teach maths in online environment, but the point is that can we do the teaching? Yeah. And from my point of view, the point is to see if we can personalize the learning process. The answer to this question is learning analytics. The idea is that, well, we have a system, a methodology where continuous assessment with immediate feedback is recorded in our information systems, because these data are in the Moodle room, and on the other hand, in our virtual campus. Because on the one hand, we have tests, we have Wiris quizzes, and on the other hand, we have communication between students and with the teacher. Yeah. So the idea is that we have a lot of data about the behavior of the students through the virtual campus and the Moodle room. Yeah. If we can define the student profile in terms of behavior in the virtual campus, we have identified the students at risk of dropping out or failing the course. Yeah, if we can identify this group of students, we can make an intervention in the real time, so we can improve the final results and, of course, the learning process. So from my point of view, the idea is, well, Wiris quizzes is a good system to define the learning plan, and is a good way to provide immediate feedback, is a good way to improve the engagement with the course. But if we use the data, the logs in our system, the track of the students in our system, we can identify especially the students at risk, or at risk of fail. Yeah. So the idea is to analyze if the intervention and what type of intervention. Yeah, interventions is not only how are you? I don't know if you have problems. Could you try to do? Yeah, it's difficult to define a type of intervention. I think that we are testing interventions in terms of flexibility in the deadlines, for example. Other opportunities to deliver the tasks or the tests. Yeah. Why not a message or encouraging the student to do another text, or a complementary test, and these kind of things. This decision depends on the practitioner, depends on the teacher, yeah, and the style of teaching is different in each case. So the idea is we have a good system for all our subjects at the OUC, and our idea is to use the data recorded in our information systems in order to identify students at risk of failing or dropping out the course and make an intervention. Yeah, our research line is in this case defined in order to analyze, to see if this kind of intervention is efficient in terms of learning, in terms of academic results and satisfaction. Yeah. I don't know if you have any questions. I will be happy to answer your questions now. Thank you very much.
Hi, just give me a minute. there is no question at the moment, but the forum is going to be open.
Yeah, I can see the chat. So
they can write it later and you can contact with them. Okay? This is the end of this session. Now we are going to take a small break. You can check our sponsors if you want. See you in a bit.
Okay.
hello, everybody.
Hi.
So, oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
I'm going to miss you first. Sorry. We are
Sorry,
back in
Isabel.
the room. Now, Claude Vermouth, sorry for the pronunciation, is going to talk about LTI and what's new in Moodle 3.9 and what's to come. So remember to type your questions in the forum. Thanks.
Oh. Thank you, Isabel. So yeah, so this presentation is going to be about LTI. And so LTI has been around for quite some time, but there is a new version of the standards called Advantage. And so we're going to cover how LTI is supported in Moodle, going back to the first iteration, basic LTI, to the latest iteration, and see what's new in Moodle 3.9 and what's coming next for the LTI support in Moodle, hopefully. So just a few words from me. So bonjour de Montréal. I'm actually here in Montreal, and I'm working with Cengage, which is a textbook publisher, and I'm an application architect in charge of LMS integration. I'm also the co-chair of the LTI working group within IMS Global, which is a standards organization in charge of the LTI standards. And I've been doing Moodle development since about 2017, where I started working on the actual implementation of LTI Advantage as my employer sponsored the initial work there. So I'm going to go back to really the basic of LTI. So I like to think of LTI as a super hyperlink or super web link, in a sense that if you have your external tool and you want to access it from Moodle, you can just put a web link, but then you have no context, you just have a link. So what LTI brings to the table is that by making your link an LTI link, then Moodle is going to include a lot of context information about the course, about the user, about the role of that user in the course. And all of that is going to be added to the payload of the link. So this will allow the tool to basically bootstrap the experience and offer a much more integrated experience. So even without doing plugin development, your tool can feel integrated because it has all the context information being transferred to the tool through LTI. And so this context, it's really important to be signed because you're asserting the user role and the course and so on. And so at the time, because that's probably 10 or 15 years ago, what was used is the mechanics of OAuth 1.0 signature. So what's happening? How it's done is that the tool and the Moodle tool and the LMS exchange a key and a secret, and this key and secrets are going to be used to sign any conversation between the two parties. And so therefore, the tool is going to use the secret to verify if the context has been properly signed and can be trusted. So that's a basic LTI link. And so to enable it in Moodle, so you put your tool URL, your web link, and then you put your key and secret, which have been exchanged between the two parties. And from now on, this is going to be an LTI payload, and it will contain the LTI context when the user clicks on the link. So quickly, it was realized that that's fine that you can move from the Moodle to your tool and be integrated, but at least you'd like often to report a grade, especially if you're launching in some kind of quiz or assessment. So quickly was added a way to return a grade, and it was called Basic Outcome Service, and it's part of LTI 1.1. And so with the Basic Outcome Service, you're really able to grade the interaction that's happening. So basically, if a user clicks on a link, the LTI will contain a way to report a grade for that link for the user that clicked on it. And so if John clicks on as quiz 1, then the tool will be able to return a grade for quiz 1 for John. And so that's great. That's returned from the tool to Moodle is signed using the same key and secret and the same mechanics of OAuth 1.0 signature. And so to enable it in Moodle, that's very easy. When you create your link, you say this link will accept grades. And therefore, in the LTI context, you will have the outcome service URL and the LIS result source ID, which is really the grade identifier, being added to the context, which will allow the tool to return a grade. So now that's LTI 1.1. And so you could create links and links and links, and every time define your key and secret, and if it is graded or not, and the privacy options. But this can become very tedious. So you need actually to just pre-configure a tool where you're going to set the base URL, the keys, the secret, the privacy options, if the tool is graded, and you pre-configure that. And then when you create a link, you just say this link is a link that's using this pre-configuration of a tool. So now, as a link, as a instructor, I don't need to know key secrets or anything like that. I just need to say this link is a link using this configuration of tool. And in Moodle, you can define a tool configuration at the course level, or more importantly, at the site level, because at the site level, this will allow the site administrator to review a tool, configure it, and make it available for the teachers. So a link and a tool, what's the relationship? So a link can have an explicit relationship to the tool through an explicit database ID, database binding. So this link is attached to that tool. But Moodle LTI has actually another way to match a tool with a link is to use URL matching, so domain matching. So when you create a link, and if a tool is already covering that domain, then Moodle will say, oh, this link, because it's using this domain, this URL, is going to reuse this configuration. So that's using domain matching. And it's very important, especially if you're importing links from other systems, where therefore IDs would not make sense. You would have to rely on domain matching. So here is how you set it up in Moodle. So here I'm creating a new external tool, and I'm going to select in the drop-down list a pre-configured tool. So that's an explicit binding. And if I want to create a course tool only for that course, then I can use this little plus here. That's easy to miss. And therefore, I can pre-configure a tool only for that course. And here is an example in Moodle where I just pasted a URL, and Moodle say, hey, this domain here is actually matching a tool configuration. So I'm going to bind it to that tool configuration. And so here is the, how you do it in the site administration. So you will go to site administration, external tool, manage tools, and you add a tool using a configure tool manually. Unfortunately, for now, you should not use the URL there most of the time, because it was built for LTI2, which has been deprecated, and you should not engage in implementing it, because this would be a bit of a dead end. So for now, you need to use configure tool manually. So all of that is fine and has been doing great service and has really been being a big success. LTI is huge, in particular in North America. But this was based on quite old technology. It was getting hard to find libraries. There were security issues. There was the idea of the share secret, which was causing some concern around site administration, around the security of the secrets. So all of that to say that it was about time there was a refreshment of the technology used by LTI. That's why LTI 1.3 comes around. So LTI 1.3 refreshes the core mechanics. And so what does that mean? That means it revisits everything. So there is, for example, no more shared key and secrets. It's based on asymmetric keys. So that means each party just exposes their public keys, and there is no secret being exchanged. So only public keys are exchanged. It's also the LTI launch now is not just a single launch. It's slightly more complicated, but much more secure. It's using the OpenID flow. So it's a bit of a dance between the LMS and the tool to basically end up what is an ID token, which is really carrying the user identity plus the LTI context in a JSON web token. So that's a new flow here, which allows you to defend yourself against cross-site request forgery, for example. So that's another thing. And the service access now is protected through access token. So you need, as a tool, you need to ask an access token. And then once you get the access token, it always has to be scoped. You need to say why you want to use the access token. Then you can call services with that access token. So that's really the core mechanics of LTI 1.3. So really based on OpenID and OAuth 2. And so in Moodle, you're going to configure it in exactly the same place and you configure an LTI 1.1. And that's what's pretty nice about it in Moodle, is that you can actually upgrade in place. You can say, okay, my tool was configured with 1.1. Now I'm going to configure it with 1.3. And you're going to enter your key set URL, where you can find your public keys as a tool. And that's a new functionality in 3.9. And you're going to put your other settings that for the OpenID flow. And when you register your tool, Moodle is going to issue you an OAuth 2 client ID, and that's what you need to report on your side. Remember the generated client ID. But the key here is that your links that you created when you were working with 1.1 will carry on to work. It's just now when you click on the link, you're going to have an OpenID flow rather than a plain LTI link. But the from a content perspective, it doesn't change anything. It's just the underlying mechanics has shifted towards the newer stack. And so LTI Advantage is built on those core mechanics and adds free extensions. Actually makes those free extensions required for any LMS to be LTI Advantage certified. So what are the ones? A very important one is actually a UI flow, deep linking. So the idea here is that you don't want user to create manual links. You want user to basically use a UI flow to pick or create something, and the tool is going to return to Moodle the definition of the link to be added. And so the user doesn't have to copy paste URLs or copy paste any settings. It's all done through a UI flow. That's deep linking. And you access it you make it available just by checking that your tool supports that flow, content item message. And if you check that, then when you go add a new external tool, you will have the select content button enabled. And when you click on that, you're going to trigger the UI flow. So assignment and grade service is the new iteration of the on top of basic outcome service. So it's really a richer service. It allows to do column management. So that's something that was not possible before. Basic outcomes was just returning a simple grade. Now you can create gradebook columns, manage them, and you can also grade any user. You're not limited to grading the user that clicked on the link. You can grade any user. So it can be useful for when you do a batch grading or anything like that. So that's the assignment and grade service. All right. I have to quick up. So this is, as every settings, as a tool, you need to basically be able to set it up here to give permission to the tool to use the services. And finally, there is a names and roles service, which allows you to get the roster of the course, which can be very useful. Okay, so I'm just trying to so what's new in 3.9? There's a key set URL, better handling of resource and tax assignment integrated services, a few other things, and that really makes the life of the LTI Advantage implementers simpler. And it's also preparing the ground for major improvements that will be coming up in the next release of Moodle. And it's already been working on for quite some time, but could not make it for the 3.9 release. So I'm going to try to do the quickest demo I can here. So here I am in. I'm going to show you a quick test tool. So I'm going to manage tools here, and I see this test tool, the little Python app I've created. So you see it's developed this LTI 1.3, and I put the key set URL and all the information, and I've enabled content item message, and the services have been enabled. And now if I go to the actual course as an instructor, I turn editing on. I'm going to add an activity or resource. This one here. So you see select content is enabled because I've enabled content item message or deep linking, same thing. I click on it. So now here I'm offered the choice of what I want. So you see recognize my name, or the context has been transferred. And I say I want to return just a single graded LTI link. Moodle right now doesn't support the ability to return more than one link definition at a time. And it's an issue we've been working on. So right now I can only return one. So say I want to return a single graded LTI link. And by doing that, it's going to fill all this data here. So I don't have to do anything else. I can just save and display the link, and now it's going to launch into there. And because it's a test tool, it's actually here saying, okay, Moodle did support everything LTI Advantage because it supported deep linking. The only thing that was missing is the ability to return multiple items. It did support assignment and grade services, so I can create gradebook column and return grades. And it did give me the roster, and I can even tell you there are 2 users in this course. Actually, there is 1 instructor and 1 student. So that's basically all the LTI Advantage option in action here. Deep linking, assignment and grade services for the grade return, and the rostering information. So any LMS that's LTI Advantage compliance will offer you all those services. So it allows you really your tools to be portable. That. And so what's next? So I mentioned a few things that's been on the work. So the first thing here is the ability to return multiple links in deep linking. So you saw that I was only able to return one thing. It's really cumbersome, especially for some tools that offers a library of content to only have to add them one by one. So we've been working on a way that you can select multiple things and import them in one go. And maybe even skip the whole external tool UI, because you should be able to jump directly to the tool, pick the things you want, and come back and have them added to your course without having to see this page in between. Another thing we've been looking at is trying to make the registration of LTI Advantage simpler through the support of dynamic registration, which would be an extension of the OpenID dynamic registration specification. And finally, a big chunk of work that's being done by UCLA is the support of placements of LTI links in other locations than the course content. So it would be great to have LTI links placed in the course navigation, so you can access your tool dashboard or anything like that from the course navigation, and also very importantly from the textbook text editor. So you could inject an LTI link and render, for example, a little iframe in your text editor that would contain a video player or anything within the text editor. So that's also a feature that's very common in LTI and that's really lacking right now in Moodle. So that, plus there is some issue around iframe permissions for media and better gradebook integration, and there is much more to be done. So it's just a long road, and Moodle fully supports LTI Advantage, and you can really leverage it now to actually do rich integration. But we also acknowledge that there is still improvement, especially around usability of the subsystem that's being worked on. And so I want thanks for all those folks that have been on the road to LTI Advantage, and the support, of course, of Moodle HQ, which has been very important, and very deep reviews of the work we've done. So that, and there is a little list here of resources by LTI, and where you can get a lot of information about videos and resources, and also libraries to implement LTI. And the little app we've seen is actually available there. It's a little Python app. And thank you, Sander. All right, and that's it for now. So
Hi, Claude. Nice presentation. We have a question in the forums from Eric Marital. Sorry for my pronunciation, guys. One of my ongoing concerns with more and more services using LTI is that the institution has very little control over the data, and if the service will keep working in the future. Things like course backups don't contain the data, or we retain course backups for 3 years. Is this just a concern that others don't have?
yes, well, of course it's a concern, but it's more I would say it's more a negotiation between your institution and a tool provider. So you go to a tool provider, who's going to say, offer you some services, and you're going to negotiate with the institution. So you're going to do review and see what's necessary. First of all, you don't have to allow access to services. You can really constrain what a tool can have access to. The other thing is that there is a new feature that's been actually, I should have mentioned, available in 3.9, which allows restriction to who can create LTI tools. So you can really say instructors can only use the LTI laws that have been defined by my institution, and therefore you can do a proper vetting of the application between the institution and to establish those rules, not by technology but by contract. You know, you decide what are the retention policies, where the data is going to be held, and that's now becoming contractual requirement, not a technical requirement. There is some talk about GDPR automation in Moodle, in LTI, but GDPR automation is easier said than done. So, but there is some talks across IMS LTI Europe around a GDPR service that would allow some automation about inquiring a tool to get a better visibility on data, and eventually triggers the right to be forgotten case.
Okay. There is another question in the forums from David Bishop. Sorry. Is it possible to use the new introduced content bank from version 3.9 as an LTI content bank? Essentially import all the LTI content via deep linking, and then allow admin teachers to retrieve from the content bank.
I would say no, but I would say that's interesting.
I think it's a nice idea, but
yeah. Honestly, the work we've done have been really much constrained within the LTI subsystem to improve it, and since it's a sub-module, we'll have to see how it can start to interoperate with other sub-modules. Yeah. So I think that's more of a wider question, is that how can LTI a bit outgrow its containment as an activity module, which because it's a bit constraining right now.
Okay, I think we have time for one more question, but you have more on the forums waiting for you.
Yeah. So I think the resources you have on this page is enough, but don't hesitate to come to ask me questions. I mean, I'm always happy to talk LTI and but you can start with there and ask me questions on any LTI stuff.
Okay, you have the other questions there, and I'm sure you will be happy for people to talk with you in the networking cafe and everything, right? Thanks a lot. It has been really interesting. We take a small break, and this is the end of this session.
Bye.
Bye.
My name's Seb Francis, and I am the co-founder and director of Titus Learning, one of the Moodle certified premium partners. The company is a Moodle partner, so we offer a whole range of Moodle services. I always like to describe it if you can put Moodle before it, and then any word thereafter, whether that's training, support, hosting, maintenance, development, content, and everything else. So for us, corporate market, we work a lot in the UK, but in about 30 countries globally as well. So whether that be Germany, France, Spain, and other areas in Europe. Really, I'd say buoyant at the moment, and I think there's a massive improvement in terms of the level of people inquiring to us and looking for further professional development, both formal regulatory training and also more informal training and professional development. For us, I think the trends are a lot around personalisation of learning and gamification of learning as well. So, as I mentioned with the informal piece of learning, people want to learn when it works for them, how it works for them, whether that be on different devices or in different places. So the personalisation side is massive. Also a lot around analytics, I think. So understanding, is the training actually working, as opposed to just doing it for the sake of doing it. The game changer, I think what the game changers are a lot around the client and the company working well together. So
Hi, back in the technology room. Tony is gonna talk about stories or data titles and 2 other titles. Remember to type your questions in the forum. Thanks.
Hey everybody, thanks so much for joining me today. And it is my pleasure to be with you. I am here to talk about the changing information-scape, and I believe that every single one of us here today are very familiar with the changing landscape of information in learning management systems, as we were all very much thrust into it this year. IntelliBoard has absolutely exploded as a result of the crisis, because as everyone transitioned so immediately to e-learning, the need to know what was happening inside of that learning management system, and in this case, your Moodle learning management system was huge. So today I want to talk about IntelliBoard, which is the reporting and analytics platform for Moodle, and we are a Moodle premium integrator. This is the IntelliBoard dashboard. Unfortunately, we're not going to really have time to go into the instructor dashboard and the learner dashboard. Those are available inside of the Moodle system for those groups of folks. But this one is the super admin view. And before we get started, I know that this is going to be a very critical piece to know. We actually are reading your data from your Moodle database in real time. We do not store or duplicate any data. So this is our demo site. And what you're seeing here is information pulled from our demo site in real time. So please feel free as we're going through and I'm pointing out the various pieces and parts and features of the IntelliBoard system to go ahead and type questions into the chat, and I will work my darndest to get all of them answered. So let's dive in to what ultimately can be your data. Oh, and before I forget, typically, when you install the plugin and create an account with IntelliBoard, you get a 15-day free trial. Just let us know that you saw this at the Global Moot, and I will be very happy to extend it to a 45-day free trial. So just let me know, because I want you all to have the ability to experience IntelliBoard with your own data, because nothing is more amazing than seeing your own data. And I get super excited about it when folks screen share with us because I just love to see real data. All right, so let's talk about what we see here. Right, we've got a screen full of information, and when I hover, I get even more information. So in IntelliBoard speak, we call a graphic representation of data a monitor, right? So a chart, a graph, this heat map over here to the right, all of this we call a monitor. Now, we flatline our course completions very often because, again, this is demo data. And we have very lovely and very poorly paid interns who generate data for us on our demo site. We don't often have learners complete, but apparently we did here in June, which is kind of cool. I'm going to jump on over to this heat map. Heat maps actually show you the number of clicks at a given time, and this is a 7-day spread. And again, when I hover, no surprise that we've got 0 visits on a Saturday, and you may actually find in your systems that it will be very, very similar to that. I'm going to jump on down the screen. This is our heat map for a year-long view. And again, when I hover, I can see that we had 567 sessions. Our course enrollment type pie chart, it's not very sexy because we only have 2 types of enrollments. You may have a sexier pie chart. You may not have a sexier pie chart, depending on the kinds of enrollments that you do. To the left is the users map, one of my very, very favorite things. I'm going to zoom in here. We can move everything around. And what I love about this is that when you hover over the country, it actually tells you the country name. And for most people in the United States who are geographically ignorant, like myself, this is awesome. So I love that. And I can see what it is we're doing inside of our system, right? And I can get an idea of where my registrants actually are. So it's fantastic. Okay, I'm going to jump on over to our monitors. Monitors, again, these are collections of data. And I'm going to jump into the performance monitor set. And I can see in here, again, we have the user's map. This one looks a little bit different because I'm actually filtered for 30 days. I love the browser statistics, and folks, this should come as no shock to you that the amount of mobile, right, browser usage should probably be exploding inside of your systems. Our poorly paid interns don't necessarily use a mobile platform to access the system, so ours is not as significant in terms of mobile usage. It will also pick up the Moodle Mobile, and we have even a specific monitor for those of you who are using the Moodle mobile app that will actually show you how students have accessed the Moodle mobile app. It's really a fantastic monitor, but unfortunately I won't have time to show you today. The HTTP requests are really, really cool because if you're actually paying for a plugin, and I usually use Turnitin as an example of this. Turnitin is a paid plugin. You can take a look at this HTTP request monitor and see how Turnitin is being utilized in your system. So it's really a fantastic set of monitors, and we even have so many more, such as engagement and retention. We have a collection of course monitors as well. Unfortunately, I can't dive into those too significantly. However, you can go to demo.intelliboard.net and check it out yourself at any time you want. All right, so I'm going to go to reports, and we're going to go to my favorite, learner success and progress. And again, all of this is in real time. So I am calling out to the system and I am getting information about it. So I want to actually expand this a little bit more. I'm going to say that I want all time because I do want all time. And I am going to select all, I'm going to deselect, I'm going to grab education. So now what we're doing is we have sorted for a specific category of courses, and this is what you will see as well. I can open this up to see subcategories of courses. If I want to look at only, and there's a subcategory of courses. We have a lot of subcategories in here. And I, of course, can open it again, and I can even, that's the last category. I can pick up just one class if I want to filter it that way. I am apparently, whoever was in here prior to me was looking at all grades. I want to look at low performing learners. So I'm going to grab this. I'm going to make I'm going to decide, meaning institutionally, you get to decide what it means to be a low performing learner. And we're picking up this grade structure from our Moodle gradebook. Whatever grade structure you have, then you will be able to pick it up, and it will pick up automatically, and you'll be able to see any type of grade structure that you currently have inside of your system. I know that some folks in Latin America were actually using a 1 to 5 grade structure. So I've seen that before when they screen shared with me. So now you're seeing that I have filtered for low performing learners, which is fantabulous, right? I want to be able to filter by low performing learners. So now I have a list, and I can see this, and I can do a lot of stuff with it. Folks, it's also very exciting for me to be able to share that if you are using custom user profile fields, I get so excited, because this is a way for you to be able to filter your data even more. And you'll have the ability with those custom user profile fields to be able to sort by academic program, for instance. This is a custom user profile field specific to our Moodle instance that we created. So if I want to, I can actually filter by that academic profile. So let's grab the folks in biology. Okay, these are the folks who now are low performing learners in the course with the academic program distinction of biology in the courses that I have selected. So it's totally awesome. Now I would imagine that some folks need to actually see this information, and we can schedule it for them. So I'm going to go ahead and just grab my email address as if I needed to schedule it for myself. In the interest of time, I'm just going to go ahead and select all courses, but I can filter it in the same way that I did earlier. I'm going to again select all grades, but again, I can filter it as I did earlier. I'll go ahead and filter by academic program. And let's say I want biology again. And so I'm going to click OK at the bottom of my screen. I want all completion statuses. And now it takes us to this interaction of how we can actually set up this notification and how it should appear. For this particular report, I want the report date filter to be all time because I'm looking at a specific number of classes, ones that might be occurring right now. The subject line for the email, the name of the notification is over here. I do want this notification to be active. My notification expiration date can correspond, if I want it to be with the term or the semester. I want it to come as an XLS. And because I like myself, I want it to be monthly and not hourly. And I'll send it on the 13th. And I want to send an empty report. Typically, I recommend that because I want to be able to see if I am filtering for like lower grades, for instance, and I get an empty report, yay, nobody has low grades. So that's fantastic. You can send yourself or someone else a love letter here, and then we click save. And now I can see that I'm taken to my notifications dashboard, but we can also do some conditional events here. And conditional events are absolutely fantastic. So conditional events, again, if-then statements. We won't go into this in detail, but I want to show you the beauty of these conditional events, right? Instructor spent less than X amount of time on activities. If this happens, do this. Right? Learner below X grade, learner course inactivity, learner course inactivity sent to the learner, learner grade below class average. This is great for academic success advisors who may need to be able to see this conditional event, or athletic coaches or anything like that, people who are invested in the engagement and retention of learners. So I adore these conditional events, and we just have scads of them, just a gazillion. So please take a look at this because they really are very, very incredible. If you need more, you can build with Max. So we can create a report from scratch. So I'll go in and create a report, and let's see, I'm just going to call it Ruler of the Universe, and I'm going to make it active. And as I begin to choose items, right? Other items become available. And as I choose them, my report completely builds out for me. And I do want user time spent, and maybe I'll grab user grade average as well. So we can see that I can preview the data that I want, but I also have visualizations available to me now. So let's say I want to see it as a bar graph. Fantastic. Let's say I want to see it as this chart, right? You can pick whatever has meaning for you in this visualization. Like the spider is always my favorite, but that probably is not a good way to represent this data, but I still like the way it looks and I think it's cool. But I always will click on that. So you can decide then what you want. Once you've created that report, you can do the same things to it. You can create a notification for it. You can schedule it. You can send it to folks. You can do whatever it is that you want. So that is Max. I'm also going to show you really quickly organizational roles. Organizational roles are quite beautiful, and they are not in any way connected to your Moodle roles. So organizational roles, and you can see on my screen, are specifically customized to whatever it is that might be occurring in your own institution. We have several built out here as examples, but you get to do whatever it is that you want. So if you have folks specifically dedicated to engagement and retention, you can create a role for those people. They can have access to IntelliBoard, and you can decide the reports and the monitors that they should get to see, entirely customized. Okay. So that way they're not overwhelmed with too much information, and they get to have whatever it is that those folks actually need. And when you decide that this role, this organizational role for engagement and retention folks, you've got that all built out, then you can create sub-accounts for people. So we can create this sub-account, and we've got academic advisor here. We can take a look at this academic advisor, and we can see here that this person has the role of the, I believe they were assigned, I can't remember, I think they were assigned the engagement and retention piece. And again, we can see that they have certain reports. You can actually assign certain reports to them if they need to, but we can come up here and go to sub-account permissions. And these permissions should look very familiar to you. We can assign specific users if we want to. We can assign them by custom user profile fields, by courses. This is great if you have a dean or a head of department who actually needs to see the behavior of instructors and students inside of their courses. So this is huge as well. And you could do it by category if you want, and you can do it by cohort as well. So there's a lot of ways to be able to filter data specifically in the way that people need to see it. And one last item, folks, I do want to be able to go to, let's go to engagement stats, instructor engagement stats by course. So one of the things that I actually want to show you here is that this is a report, but on the left side of my screen, this is you now have the ability to be able to really get details. These reports are not for instructors. These are reports on instructor behavior. So I know that this is very helpful because a lot of folks who were not accustomed to teaching online had to just immediately be moved into the online environment. And that's a pretty disruptive process. And so now you have the ability to sort of keep track of what's happening there in case instructors also need attention to what's happening inside of their courses. So you have a way to be able to follow that as well. Okay. I don't know. How am I doing, Isabel? Am I doing good on time? All right, let's go into course reports because I want to kind of do course grades. I'm not going to pull this report up, but the needs grading report is really important also for the super admin to push to the instructor dashboard, because the needs grading Once that's available inside of Moodle for the instructors can click directly to the link inside of Moodle for the assignment that needs to be graded. We get a lot of feedback about that, and it is very, very well received. And of course, other reports you can also choose to push over into the instructor dashboard to allow instructors insight into what's happening with their learners as well. So it's really, really a beautiful, beautiful tool. I'm going to grab some activity reports. Let's do activity stats
Sonia,
summary.
sorry.
No, it's okay.
We have a couple of questions and there's
Okay.
like 3 minutes left. Do you want
Okay.
to do them?
Yes, please, please. Let's have questions.
Just in case you wanted to finish first. Okay. Give me a minute. They're gonna feed me. Okay. They are writing in here, but I'm gonna read them aloud. If IntelliBoard is pulling data directly from the Moodle database, what sort of performance impact will this have on a production instance? Is this a percentage increase in hardware that we should account for when adding the plugin?
Nope,
sorry.
none at all. So when IntelliBoard is installed, we actually duplicate some Moodle data tables so that we're reading actually from those duplicated Moodle data tables and we don't impact your performance. And then we also add some additional data tables, but no one has to add any hardware for us.
That's good. And there's another question from Angus Denton. Problem is the data set is incomplete when using LTI-based services such as Kaltura. We really need data imported to IntelliBoard from such services. Otherwise, we don't get the full picture of student engagement.
Sometimes that does happen. We do have LTI. Let me go to course content utilization. Right. So it really does depend. So a lot of anytime you're forcing a student outside of the environment, outside of the learning management system environment, yeah, you're right. We don't capture that. Right. So if a YouTube video happens to be embedded inside of the course, great. We've got it. We know how much time that student has spent watching that video. If you send the student to a completely separate, if you send them to YouTube, no, because they're on YouTube now, they're not inside of the learning management system. But for plugin usage, one of the beautiful parts of looking at course content utilization, for instance, is that I'm going to scroll to the bottom because this is where some of the add-ons are. So Big Blue Button, for instance, we have some incredible reporting for Big Blue Button, and you can see that and Collaborate as well. So folks who are using this, and we don't personally have Turnitin because we don't have any need to have Turnitin, but Turnitin would appear in this list, and then you could understand and how Turnitin is being utilized either by the student or the professor within a particular course. So again, if you're forcing them outside of the system, then yeah, we don't have it. If it's inside of the system, we have it. Hopefully that answers the question.
Okay. There is another question that it's a bit complicated about because they are emailing, they have the Moodle and they have an emailing system and everything. I think the question actually is if any other plugins they can give you the information so they can count the mails and kind of things. Because there is actually an email plugin for this rig, but it's not perfect at all, but there is a plugin in the community.
I think so, but I think the best way for us to answer that question maybe is either to put it in the forum or to email me directly so that I can get a clearer picture of what that is. And I'm very happy to do that. I'd like to be able to share my email address. My email address, because I don't think I have a way to write it anywhere in here. My email address, my direct email address is Tonya, Tonya @IntelliBoard.net. It's pretty easy. So please feel free to email me directly, and then also let me know when you install the plugin and create a free trial so I can extend the time for you. So I'm very happy to answer that offline.
If you don't mind, we have a last question from
Not at all. I'll sit here all day, Isabel, and answer questions. I will do it all day.
Do you integrate with Active Directory or Azure to drive roles and users with access in IntelliBoard? Or does it all have to be done internally in IntelliBoard?
If I understand the question correctly, I'm going to answer it this way. Okay. You can access, well, let me say it this way. The super admin accesses IntelliBoard, this interface, through IntelliBoard. Learners and instructors access IntelliBoard directly through the Moodle system. So they have an instructor view and they have a learner view. And I don't know if I can actually show that really quickly. Let's see. I don't know if it will actually give it to me or not. Let's see. Because I'm already logged in. Oh, good. Nice. That's exactly what I wanted. Okay. So I'm going to, right now I'm logged in as let's see if it'll let me log. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So now I can log in as an instructor, right? And this way I get the view of what it looks like from an instructor's perspective, right? And it's directly, as you can see, there's our nav menu on the left for Moodle, right? And this is what an instructor sees. I'm going to go down here. Okay. So if you were asking about SSO, right, single sign-on, that's not even relevant for an instructor or a teacher because it's all embedded in there. And then the super admin would just log into IntelliBoard directly. Hopefully I answered that one.
Okay. If not, you can answer
please,
in the forums.
Put it in the forum. I am dedicated to the forum. Believe me, I will answer the question.
We're going to do a short break. Remember, there is a network cafe. And remember to come back because there's going to be a presentation for plugin developers.
Wonderful.
Thanks.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks. Have a great day or night or wherever you are. Bye.
Yeah. Bye.
And it's really interesting to know, to get to meet people that are using Moodle and learn from them, exchanging experiences. I've been using Moodle myself for my work for a few years, but here it's like the amount of accumulated experience and learning how people fixed issues. It's really been very enlightening for me.
Hello, I'm Lina from China, Xi'an Jiaotong Liverpool University. I will make presentation at the Moodle Moot 2020 online. Come and join us.
It's really interesting to know, to get to meet people that are using Moodle and learn from them, exchanging experiences. I've been using Moodle myself for my work for a few years, but here it's like the amount of accumulated experience and learning how people fixed issues. It's really been very enlightening for me.
Hello, I'm Lina from China, Xi'an Jiaotong Liverpool University. I will make presentation at the Moodle Moot 2020 online. Come and join us.
You are
Hi,
now
everybody.
muted.
We are back in Technology Room. Hope you have a nice networking break. We have Ruslan Kavelin from Moodle HQ, and he will talk about dynamic rules. And it's going to be especially interesting for plugin developers. And he's going to stop in different moments of his presentation to answer questions. So just remember to type the questions. Thanks.
Hello, welcome to the session. Thank you for your interest in dynamic rules. Today I'm going to talk about dynamic rules and how developer can implement one for their own plugin or any other Moodle component. Dynamic rule is a part of Moodle Workplace. That's a commercial Moodle available through partners. It is enriched with a tool to use in organization to facilitate training and onboarding process. You got such tools as organization structure, programs, certifications, multi-tenancy. And one of those tools is dynamic rules, which is designed for automating things. We got a demo site available, which will be available during the MOOT. If you navigate to the forum post about this session, I've just added literally 15 minutes ago the login detail that you can use in the next couple of days. There was some session about Workplace already, and there will be more. In particular, those who are developers, they might be interested in the two sessions tomorrow. They're more oriented for developers. One about multi-tenancy, and another one is about report builder. So here I'll focus on dynamic rules only. I'll start with a review of its purpose and its functionality. I will mention some new stuff we added in version 3.9. Then I'll go through condition and action development process. That's parts of the dynamic rules, the crucial parts of dynamic rules that actually make, responsible for all this automation stuff. So I'll mention what you need to pay attention as a developer. Then I'll demonstrate those principles on a special rule condition which I developed just for this session. So we'll have a look through the actual code. Finally, I'll stop on the code for dynamic rule action, and we'll conclude with a quick recap of the important aspects of Workplace plugin, of implementing making your plugin friendly, usable with Moodle Workplace. I'll stop a few times during presentation to answer your questions, so feel free to add them whenever you have them. Once I got some, I'll stop and answer. Right. So, dynamic rules. You might have heard of the IFTTT concept. That means if this, then that. That concept normally used in the context of Internet of Things. There is a web service where you can define if something happens in one device or in some sort of site, then some action triggered somewhere else. Could be also device, it could be some API backend to do something with some sort of application or software. So that's basically the same thing, but for Moodle context. So we introduce some automation by making various parts of Moodle play together using these dynamic rule things. So technically, this is about applying actions to users who meet certain criteria. And this criteria is defined by rule conditions. Say, for example, user completed the course, that could be a condition, and the action could be send notification to that user or add that user to some sort of cohort, or allocate him to certification. Or another example, the condition could be user got some profile field set to something. Say, for example, city is set to Barcelona, for example. And then you want to filter those users and send them an invite to some offline meetup, for example, in the same city where they live. You can use dynamic rules for that. So it basically provides a flexible way of linking core components and plugins together. We got some component-specific rules, which is beyond this presentation, but they just so you know they exist. The dynamic rules also used within components. Examples of those components would be tool certification and tool program that got a special tab in a settings where you can where you can allocate actions to predefined conditions, and those conditions are only related to those particular components in Moodle. We got a user manual, and the links to this user manual is also published on a forum as well, so you can have a look later. So, a rule. Rule is a named entity to define a set of conditions and actions. A rule can be in a different state. Could be just when you create a rule, will be a draft, and then you can enable it to make it active. So the rule will actually start working and doing its job, whatever you define in it. Rule can be enabled only when it contains at least one condition and one action. If you don't have condition action, that means rule empty. You can't enable that. When the rule is not active, it can be edited. So you can pre-create rule, then add some more conditions or some actions before you actually enable and make it active. We got a special setting when you create a rule. You can define how many times this rule can be applied to a particular user. This is just limiting the number how many times the action can be applied to user. For example, if you got condition rule user enrolled into course and some action associated with that, and then user got enrolled into course, and then user got unenrolled and enrolled again. So if you set your limit rule to just run once, then on a second enrollment, user will not be processed by this dynamic rule. Rule conditions basically provide a way to fetch users who match certain criteria. We got lots of conditions. I'll make a short demo just once I finish with this brief intro. So we got a selection of conditions where we can select whatever condition we want to apply. We add condition, configure it in a certain way, save it, and then we can add more conditions if we want. The logic is that users need to match all the conditions listed there. And in only that case, the action will be applied to this set of users that match all the conditions. Similar way, actions, also lists from which you can select actions. As well as conditions in the previous slide, they could be defined in dynamic rules itself, or they can be defined somewhere in Moodle, in the plugin or in the other component. Just small note on permissions. This is a new feature for dynamic rules, which we introduced in 3.9. Well, obviously, to be able to control dynamic rules, you would need capability to manage dynamic rules. But once you got that capability, there might be a case when you give this capability not to site admin, but to some user with different permissions. And what we added the feature that each condition and actions got capabilities associated with it. So say, for example, if a user is not allowed to issue badge, for example, user will not see the issue badge action listed and won't be able to use it. So user can only add condition action. She has capabilities to add. Likewise, once the rule has been configured in a certain way and other user might see it in a list, the other user will only be able to edit it if she has capability to edit all conditions and actions in that rule. Triggering rules can be triggered by cron or event. That depends on a particular set of conditions that rule has. For example, like enroll to the course condition, that would have an event associated with that we can trace and trigger rule on that. But for example, some conditions like user hasn't logged into the site for the last 10 days, there will be no event with that. So that's a sort of state of thing. So some conditions don't have event. They run by cron, and to verify that state, it would internally run a database query to figure out who haven't logged in to Moodle for the last 10 days. Once at least one user matched the rule, conditions can't be edited. This is just to prevent the case when rule can be corrupted in some way, because if some users match it already and then you change the condition, you might not see result you expect, because the rule would assume those users who already met the condition they already met, but condition changed to different one. I think that's it about introduction. Let's do a very short demo. Okay. Right. This is how Moodle Workplace site looks like. So we navigate to dynamic rule. We don't have any active rules at the moment. Let's create new one. Just for example, test rule 1. If this is the setting to limit the number of times actions are applied to each user, we won't enable it for now. So we go to conditions tab. So on this tab, we can allocate conditions and select it from this list. Say, for example, I want course completed condition. And I'll set it course A completed after this particular date. And save changes. So I got course completed condition added. Or user not enrolled. The user not enrolled. I know for sure that none of my users enrolled in course B. I save this, and I actually probably need to remove this course completed just to leave this one. So I see 6 user match this condition here, because none of them is enrolled to this course. Similar to action tab. So we set notification. Please get all to course B. Just as an example. Yeah. Then we're going to go back to dynamic rules tab and see that our rule is listed now. Enable it. Conditions will be locked when at least one user is affected by the rule. Enable anyway. We can disable it, and if we don't need this rule, we could just archive it. So click archive, and it goes to archived tab. Right. Have a look if we got any questions so far. Right, question from Tim Hunt. How we can make our plugins work with Moodle Workplace? We can't get a copy of Workplace to test against. The answer is if you need access to Moodle Workplace, you need to contact your partner to do that. So Moodle Workplace is only available through partners. Right, any other questions? No. Go further. Defining condition and action in your plugin. So plugins should provide classes that define condition or action for rules. Developer who is implementing conditional action in their plugin is supposed to define some general information about a conditional action that would include title, category, description, availability maybe. Developer should define capabilities required for adding or editing conditional action, configuration form, and form validation, that actually the form that appears when we edit condition or action. And depending whether the condition or action, that will be SQL snippet to match users for condition, and for action that would be a special method to apply some action. Capabilities required for adding or editing condition and action. When you define capabilities, think of access to users at destination entity. So for example, for condition, you should assume that the user who is adding that condition into rule should be able to see users in the entity. For example, if the course enrolled, if you're using course enrolled condition, you need capability to users in a course, not just a course details or listing of courses. And for example, for action, the question you should ask is, I should be able to apply this action to the actual user. So like, for example, issue batch action, the capability for that action would be to actually issue badge to user, not just list badges. Setting capabilities correct is important aspect because it's easy to introduce privilege escalation if you don't configure it correctly. If, for example, if you check just, there might be a case when user might not be able to enroll user directly to course. But if, for example, the capability for the dynamic rule plugin is misconfigured just to be able to list the course, but not to enroll users into course, then you can actually add it and enroll people. Form and form validation. So those two methods required to produce the form and validate the form. The form validation method is pretty much identical to the one, I'll show it later, how the actual method looks like. It's pretty much identical to validate methods in Moodle Quick Form. So you check that by the configuration supplied is correct and highlight the errors. Capability check here is not needed generally. So we got those capability check methods, and the data before it's saved to the database, it will be validated against user can edit capability, which will throw the error. So just don't focus on capabilities here, just check that the configuration is correct. Though another example where what you can use as a validation, you can make some deeper check. For example, initially for the form you just list courses and say, for example, in user enrolled condition, you got the second drop-down menu where you can select the actual enrollment method. And in validation, you would probably need to check that the particular course that you selected got the method that you picked. Configuration validation, that's another method that exists within the plugin class. This is designed, this is sort of backend method which dynamic rule run to check whether condition or action is configured correctly before actually running the rule. This just to prevent the case like you created course-related conditional action, but course has been deleted. So if that course doesn't exist anymore, obviously the rule can't be executed. So we got configuration validation method. Again, you don't need to check any permission here. Just check that the rule is still valid, conditional action is still valid according to what this conditional action is doing. Yeah, for one example, just for course completion condition, we check that the course exists and that completion is enabled in that course, because if someone disabled completion, this condition can't be used anymore. So how to define a condition in your plugin? If you defining that, you need to create a class which extends tool dynamic rule condition SQL. You need to define namespace, which will be your plugin name / tool dynamic rule / condition, and place that within your plugin directory into classes tool dynamic rule subdirectory. Tool dynamic rule condition subdirectory, and define all abstract methods. At that point, your condition become functional. So in that, once you got the class, you can define title, description. Description needs to be basically a method that returns description that will appear on the screen, but it needs to be intuitive so the user would know immediately what this condition is about. So you probably need to look into the actual configuration and concatenate a bit of information to actually provide information on this particular condition. Like, for example, user is enrolled to course, user is not enrolled into course B since particular date. Then you provide form and form validation methods, permissions, which is those two capabilities check for adding and editing, configuration validation, broken condition description, that's another description method. I'll show it later. It's basically a string to show in case this configuration is not valid anymore. Say if course has been deleted, as a plugin developer, you know what happened, so you need to to highlight that and show user that this condition is broken because course does not exist anymore. SQL snippet to filter users. There is optional availability and event subscription depending on whether you need that or not in your plugin. And import, export, and mapping methods. I won't stop on those. They're pretty straightforward to implement, and abstract class got good documentation as well on how to use that. But import exporter is actually been used for import and export. That's also a new feature in Workplace 3.9, and tomorrow Amelia will be presenting on that. Let's switch to the actual condition plugin, which I designed just for this session. Our condition will be user last access to course. The requirement for this condition would be to fetch users who haven't accessed course for certain duration. We'll have a form where we'll add course after select element and duration element. That's just a minimum we want just to demonstrate. In reality, you probably elaborate it more and add some maybe checkbox to select whether include users who actually never access the course or not, or whether have an option like users who haven't accessed the course since particular time rather than in a relative periods like last 5 days or 10 days. With regard to permission, we would need a course view participants capability for both editing and adding conditions. The difference is for editing, we will actually check that against this configured course context, while for adding that, we will do slightly different thing. We will search the courses in the system where a user got that capability. And if there is at least one course, then we can add this condition. Configuration validity check. The requirement for this is just the course should exist. And for SQL snippet, we will make sure the user is enrolled. User last access time is lower than current time minus condition configured duration. And we will include those who never logged in by default. Right. Let's take a look at the actual example snippets. So for the title, we got a method called getTitle, where we define just a string output. It will be the title shown in a menu where you select condition, and once it's selected, it will be the title shown at the header. Description method called getDescription. So for now, I'll just output the string there, identical to the title, but as I said, it probably needs more. It needs to look into configuration of this particular condition and put together more something more sensible, telling user this is condition about to fetch users who haven't logged in for the last month, for example. Form definition. Form definition method is called getConfigForm. Got one parameter which will be passed inside this method is Moodle form, where you can actually add your elements. So in this particular case, I added element course after select element. I set some extra parameter to that. So for required capability, Moodle course view participants. So I only list courses where user got right capability. And I added duration element where user can select the duration for which user hasn't logged in. And once you save that, the course last access form in the actual interface will look like this small screen on the right. Form validation, it's called validate config form. You get the data array, which is what users submitted in the form, and then you can look at what has been submitted and do some validation. In this particular case, I just checked that the course record exists, and if it doesn't, then I highlight the error on the element. Adding permission, the method is called user can add. As I said, we use slightly different thing to what you may use in other conditional actions. Here we actually search courses where user got required capability to see if there is at least one such course. If such course doesn't exist, the condition will not appear in the menu. In this particular case, this can be replaced with a different method that we have. It's called isAvailable. So for this example, we can actually return true in user can add, but make it unavailable if there are no courses. I'll show maybe some example later how that may look like. Editing permission, user can edit, that's the name of the method, and you got config data passed as a parameter, so you validate capability against that configuration data. In this particular case, we check capability against this particular course context that has been configured for this condition. Configuration validity is configuration valid method, just supposed to return Boolean. So we check whether course exists. If it doesn't exist, it returns false, and the error appear on the interface. And get broken description, that basically the error if this particular condition is broken. And below you see the screenshot how it will look like in the interface if condition is broken. So you'll got this small error tag at the corner, and it says this condition contains an error. Again, for the real scenario, you might provide more information. What type of error is that? That the course doesn't exist or something. Next thing, SQL snippet. This is an example of how the abstract method looks like. So just get SQL, and it's supposed to return an array of 3 elements: join, where, and parameters array. And assume the output of this method is concatenated in a way that you select from user table, and you add join that you get from this method, and you add where parameter return from. So it's obviously simplified. It's slightly different in reality, but that's what you have to keep in mind when you design this method. So this is just one of example get SQL for the cohort member. So for join, we return join cohort member table. It joined on the user ID, and the where condition is that the cohort ID is equal to the one defined in this particular condition. So when that condition will be executed by that dynamic rule, the query obviously simplified version will look like this one. And for our case, the SQL snippet will be something like this. So we will actually return empty join, but we will do subquery within the where condition. So let exists and the subquery to join user enrollment and role table, and left join user last access, where we will and we add where condition where we said that the last access timestamp should be below current time minus the period defined in the configuration, or it could be null for those cases when user never logged in. Right, let's have a quick look. Let's create a new rule. Create rule test 2. Condition course last access. This is our condition. Let's set it to course A. 5 days. We got one user matching this condition. Have a quick look at the course. So course A, enrolled users. So we got user 1 who accessed that course, and the second user never accessed this course. So only 2 users enrolled. One accessed it, another didn't, and our condition showed us exactly the same thing. Let's get to condition again. So user 2 never accessed the course. And if you set it to just few hours, this user accessed 15 hours ago. So if we set it to 3 hours, we got those 2 users actually matching this condition. Here on the left-hand side, you can see user is a member of cohort, and this condition is not available. That's the example I mentioned. So I got the capability to add it, but there are no cohorts created on this site. So therefore, this condition can't be used. Right, we got some questions. Question from Farhan. Can we do the equivalent of all conditions? Not at the moment. No, they all in a logical conjunction. I think that's the proper name for that. So it's they all got and condition between and logic between conditions. From a question from Isabel, from a teacher point of view, once you know which are your users who haven't entered in a certain time, could the condition send automatically pre-done message to them? Yes, but that's exactly what, well, I didn't show it obviously. Yeah, you can add the action. An action would be send notification. And once you enable that rule, have another look. So here we could go to actions and add notification and define some notification. Once we enable that rule, the user who haven't logged in for a certain period will get notification. Okay. Tim Hunt is correcting me. Yes, yeah, you're right, Tim. Moodle Core has SQL join class for this purpose. Yes, it does have, yes. Question from Guido Rendon. Sorry if I say your name incorrectly. Congratulations, excellent. Okay. Can you show your slide? Yes, slides will be available, and actual recording will be available as well. So if you navigate back tomorrow to the actual listing of the session, I think there is a way to view. Basically the recordings appear next day, so you can watch what has been recorded yesterday, and tomorrow you'll be able to view this presentation. I'll share slides as well on the forum. Right. Let's go further. Define an action in your plugin. Action is pretty much similar to condition, with the only difference that instead of SQL methods, we got a different method for process users. So you create the class extending tool dynamic rule outcome base class. You define namespace for that. You place in the right directory, which would be classes tool dynamic rule outcome. And then you define all abstract methods. Again, you define a series of methods: tile description, form, permissions, configuration validation, and apply to users method. That's highlighted method is the only difference to condition. Same availability method is available if that's applicable. Actually, there is another difference. It doesn't have event subscription. Only conditions got that. Example, rule action. Apply to users method. This is just a snippet from the abstract class. So the method is called apply to users. As a parameter, it receives an array of users. That list of users would be those users who matched your set of conditions. Then you just iterate through that users objects and do what you need to do in your action. This is the example from the cohort outcome. Apply to user methods just iterates through all users, and call methods cohort add user methods to add users to the cohort that has been configured for this outcome for each user in the array. So once that function has been run, all users will appear in the right cohort. Right, the summary of what I said. So we got this decentralized definition of condition and actions that could be defined in your plugin. If you do that for the core components, it might be a good idea to add them directly to the tool dynamic rule that got a set of conditions and actions. Or you can define in components as well. So to implement that, you need to create class instance and implement all abstract methods in your class. Make sure you provide a good description so users know what actual conditional action does. Capabilities are very important and should always take users into account. So the capability for editing and adding should always ensure that your user who is adding those conditional action has access to users inside that entity. Form validation, just to validate configuration, you don't need to worry about capabilities check. It will be checked anyway when the data is being saved. And configuration validation, again, just think as if it's run by system, no capability check needed there, just to make sure the configuration is correct at a very low level, like, for example, course exists or some particular enrollment methods exist. I think that's it. Tomorrow there will be more sessions that listed on this screen. Make sure you attend those if you're interested. And again, a recording of this session will be available tomorrow. We have some time to ask questions. So I'll see there are more. Question from Tim Hunt. Are there plans to contribute this system Moodle core? Yes, there are plans, but there are no timelines at the moment for that. So one day you will see that in Moodle core. I can't tell more, sorry.
I have another question from Sam Marshall. I don't know if you want.
Yeah. With a sample condition, users not accessed course, I guess it would need to run it in cron. How do you tell if how often to run? Does it run every time? It's run every minute. It's run every minute. Also, okay, reading the whole question. Also, would it send user a notification every time it runs unless you choose only do action one time? No, it will send only once, because once the condition matched, that would be a trigger for that. So on the next run, user is already matched. So we won't send notification on next cron run. Although if you unenroll user and enroll it again, unless you limited that number, how many times action is applied, user will receive notification again. That's how it works. If you click on the help icon in that setting, it got a good explanation of what will happen, and also there is some explanation in the wiki. By the way, I think the system looks pretty nice. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
We're gonna check one last time. We're gonna check that we are not missing any. There is one from here. From Farham. Is the source code of the condition plugin you show us in the demo available anywhere?
This particular condition plugin will be added to Tool Dynamic Rule. Will be integrated into Tool Dynamic Rule very soon. So you'll see it available if you are one of the partners who can access the code.
So thank you very much. If there is more questions, you can just type them on the forum, and I'm sure Ruslan is gonna be later on or tomorrow answering.
Yeah, you can ask the question on the forum dedicated to this session. So I'm subscribed to that forum, so I'll answer your question if you post something there. Okay, thanks.
Thanks a lot, and it has been a great finish of the day. And just
Thank you,
remember that past 5 we have treasure hunt, so we hope you see all of you there. Thanks a lot. Have a nice
Yes, thank you.
evening or where you are. Thanks.
Right, thank you.